Chapter 13:18. Dongbu Shuang looked at the information recorded on the scroll. Heaven's Will Pavilion had found out that there were a total of 15 people who possessed the dried realm leaf. According to the records of Heaven's Will Pavilion, the one with the greatest sin was called Crane Cave God Emperor. God Emperor Crane Pit was a middle-stage God Emperor expert. He was also the beloved disciple of the Grand Perfection God Emperor, Palace Master Ghost C. Palace Master Ghost C could be considered an ultra-huge devil, and God Emperor Crane Pit was one of his 3 disciples. His personality was similarly evil and he had slaughtered countless people. Nevertheless, he had a powerful teacher. God Emperor Crane Pit was considered not bad among middle-stage God Emperors, and was ranked at the bottom of the God Emperor ranking list. Crane Cave God Emperor, according to the records of Heaven's Will Pavilion, he is truly a devil. Dongbu Shuang thought, let me personally go and see how much karmic resentment he has. Killing intent rose in his heart. With a thought, Dongbu Shuang easily found Crane Cave God Emperor from the many karmic connections he had. Amen? He is actually in a remote city? Dongbu Shuang was shocked. It seems to be High Wind City? Following which, Dongbu Shuang executed the Great Destruction World teleportation technique and rushed over. High Wind City. In the vast God world, it was an unremarkable city. However, it still occupied an area of hundreds of thousands of miles. There were many citizens in the God world and various small powers. Heaven's Will Pavilion also had a branch here. It's Big Missy. Big Missy is out. On a street, there were many people. They were all looking at a few people far away. A pair of young ladies with 2 guards behind them. This pair of young ladies. One was a maid while the other was the Big Missy of High Wind City, High Wind Yurong. The High Wind City's city lord had 4 children, 3 sons and 1 daughter. This daughter was extremely intelligent and talented. She was currently at the peak of God Monarch. Because of the bloodline she cultivated, the higher her strength was, the more ethereal and transcendent Ling Feng Yurong's temperament became. Looking at her was like looking at the most beautiful thing in the world. Every time he came out, he would attract too much attention. The High Wind City Master knew how attractive his daughter was. Hence, he had long given the order to forbid his daughter from going to other cities, to prevent any twists and turns. Young miss, that person's gaze is very impudent. I'll go teach him a lesson. The green-robed attendant saw a person standing by the window of a restaurant in the distance. She couldn't help but grit her teeth and said, "Don't be anxious." High Wind Yurong was a little surprised. Why didn't I sense anything? His heart of the ice realm should be able to sense malicious and greedy gazes. She looked around carefully and found a man with a hooked nose standing by the window on the 2nd floor of a restaurant not far to the left. He was holding a wine glass and looking at her with greed and excitement, as if he had seen a beautiful prey. This gaze made Ling Feng and Yurong feel uncomfortable. But why didn't his ice realm heart feel it? Young miss, he is too much. You can't let him off easily. The green-robed attendant was also anxious. The 2 guards by the side also noticed it, and their expressions changed. Haha, this is Big Miss Ling Feng and Yurong. The hooked-nosed man by the window laughed. Come up and accompany me for a drink. As he spoke, he stretched out his left hand. His left hand expanded by a few hundred meters, and instantly traversed the distance between them. Ling Feng and Yurong's expression changed. She wanted to retreat with the attendant, but an invisible energy surrounded her and easily restrained her. That huge hand grabbed onto Ling Feng and Yurong's waist and instantly brought her to the top of the restaurant. Big miss. Big miss. The 2 guards and the green-robed attendant were infuriated. At the same time, they felt fear in their hearts. Because their Big Miss Ling Feng was a peak stage God Monarch. She was ranked in the top 10 in the entire High Wind City. How strong was the enemy to be able to capture their Big Miss in a single move? God Emperor class? Hurry and report to the city master. Hurry. They were extremely anxious. The green-robed attendant couldn't help but rush into the distant restaurant. Big Miss has been captured. She was captured by someone in that restaurant. Many passers-by on the streets were shocked when they saw this. Ling Feng and Yurong were the most dazzling people in the entire High Wind City. As her strength grew, her aura became even more ethereal. Every citizen of the divine world could only look at her with admiration. No one dared to have any blasphemous thoughts towards her. But now their big miss was actually forcefully captured. This naturally caused many people to be incomparably furious. But they also understood how terrifying the enemy must be to be able to capture their big miss so easily. Although they were furious, they were helpless. On the second floor of the restaurant, the surrounding customers were all stunned by his actions of capturing High Wind City's Big Mississippi. Only 2 of them had already swiftly slipped down the stairs. The hooked-nosed man carried Ling Feng and Yurong in his embrace. He placed her on his thighs and swept his gaze across the surroundings. Boom! An invisible ripple swept out. All the customers, including the restaurant attendants, were instantly annihilated. Not even dregs were left. Ling Feng and Yurong were so frightened that their faces turned pale. She knew that the enemy was terrifying. But casually killing innocent people still caused her heart to tighten. Who exactly is he? I also have the strength of a peak stage God Monarch. Even if he is at the early stages of God Emperor, he shouldn't be able to capture me so easily. Could he be at the middle stages of God Emperor? Ling Feng and Yurong couldn't help but guess. The enemy was powerful and vicious. Ling Feng and Yurong felt incomparably anxious. But now, her strength was completely sealed. She couldn't even control her communication treasure. Don't be afraid. The hooked-nosed man smiled. I killed them, but I can't bear to kill you. As long as you accompany me properly, I won't kill you before I get tired of you. As he spoke, he even sniffed Ling Feng and Yurong's face. Amen. Even your aura is mesmerizing. Who exactly are you? With your strength, you shouldn't be without any reputation. Ling Feng and Yurong couldn't help but ask. Of course I have to change my appearance. Otherwise, if I were to be recognized, wouldn't the entire High Wind City be frightened? The hooked-nosed man smiled. His hands caressed Ling Feng and with a tearing sound, he had already torn apart a portion of Ling Feng and Yurong's clothes. This caused Ling Feng and Yurong to feel even more indignant. But with her strength sealed, she couldn't resist at all. Stop! An enraged roar followed. One after another, figures flew into the second floor of the restaurant. The one in the lead was a muscular man. He was the High Wind City Master. Behind him were many other peak stage God Monarchs. These peak stage God Monarchs had already linked their auras to form a battle formation. Let go of my daughter! High Wind City Master roared furiously. However, he was still cautious in his heart. Let go? The hooked-nosed man smiled. His facial features started to change. White fur appeared on his forehead and golden scales could be seen on his face. Crane Cave God Emperor? High Wind City Master's face turned pale. This Crane Cave God Emperor had massacred countless people. He was also the one who loved beauties. The reason why he massacred people was because of beauties. In the future, your daughter will be a part of my collection, Crane Cave God Emperor said calmly. As for your High Wind clan, you have 2 choices. First, be completely annihilated by me. Second, your High Wind City Master commits suicide, and allow me to pick 100 beauties from your High Wind clan. As for the rest of your High Wind clan, I can be merciful and let them live. Crane Cave God Emperor, this is my High Wind City. Don't go overboard. High Wind City Master raged. 2 choices. One was to annihilate his clan. The other was to commit suicide and choose 100 beauties. This was a humiliation to the High Wind clan. Quickly choose. I will give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't choose, I will choose for you. I will annihilate your entire High Wind clan. Crane Cave God Emperor brought a wine cup to High Wind Yurong's mouth. Come, let's drink together. High Wind Yurong shook her head. However, an invisible force was controlling her, causing her to be unable to struggle. She couldn't help but open her mouth and pour the wine in. In my hands, you won't be able to commit suicide or resist. You better listen to me obediently and make me happy. Otherwise you will know, sometimes death is a happy thing. Crane Cave God Emperor smiled. However, this smile caused High Wind Yurong's heart to turn cold. She was in despair, not only for her own fate, but also for the entire High Wind clan. 1098. Crane Cave God Emperor said leisurely. High Wind City Master was trembling. The God Monarch experts under him were also panicking and in despair. In fact, all of them were transmitting anxiously. There were also some young men who were looking at their young miss being humiliated. They were filled with grief and indignation. 543. Crane Cave God Emperor admired the expressions of the people around him. High Wind City Master wanted to fight to the death. But regarding Crane Cave God Emperor's past battle achievements, the outcome of resisting was the annihilation of the entire clan. How can this be? Who can save me? Who can save my clan? High Wind Yurong was in despair. Suddenly, a figure stepped through the void and entered the second floor of the inn. The person who came was a white-robed man with a divine sword on his back. Who? All of them turned their heads over. Crane Cave God Emperor frowned as he looked over. There was actually someone who dared to enter at this moment. Was he courting death? This white-robed man's aura was ordinary to begin with. He was just at the God Monarch stage. He swept his gaze and said, Crane Cave God Emperor, you are plundering women again? So much vengeful energy and karma. This is really... As the white-robed man spoke, his aura suddenly exploded. It was so strong that it struck fear in one's heart. That aura caused Crane Cave God Emperor's expression to change. But the white-robed man just shook his head and sighed. He pointed with his finger. Pung. Crane Cave God Emperor's body trembled. The surrounding void distorted. Following which, Crane Cave God Emperor's eyes dimmed. With a put-ong sound he fell to the ground. High Wind Yurong stood up. She looked in disbelief at the lifeless corpse of Crane Cave God Emperor. Chapter 13:19. Crane Cave God Emperor was dead. As a mid-stage God Emperor expert, compared to the Master of Demon Heart Society, Crane Cave God Emperor was one of the 3 disciples of the Great Circle, Supreme, God Emperor Palace Master Ghost C. He was killed just like that. Was this white-robed male with a divine sword not afraid of Palace Master Ghost C's revenge? So terrifying. High Wind City Master looked at the white-robed male in shock. With a single finger, he killed Crane Cave God Emperor, and even caused the surrounding void to distort. There are only a handful of God Emperor late-stage experts who can do this. Usually, only the Great Circle God Emperor can do this. Killing a mid-stage God Emperor in a single move. It was indeed terrifying. 99% of God Emperor late-stage experts would not be this strong. What he did not know was that although Dongbo Shuang executed the Tao of Void on the surface, in reality, he executed the Mirage and Illusory Realm killer move. Before comprehending the third killer move, even the weaker God Generals of Broken Teeth Mountain Range, mid-stage God Emperor, would fall in front of him, much less the third killer move which was now several times stronger. Crane Cave God Emperor's soul was extinguished without any resistance. Thank you, Senior, for saving my daughter and my entire High Wind clan. High Wind City Master bowed respectfully and shed tears of gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. High Wind Yurong's body circulated with light, and her clothes were restored. She looked at the white-robed male whose aura was as sharp as a sword. She felt both gratitude and admiration. There is no need to thank me. Dongbo Shuang walked over and kept Crane Cave God Emperor's corpse. He looked at High Wind City Master and High Wind Yurong. Now that Crane Cave God Emperor is dead, with Palace Master Ghost C's character, he will not let this matter rest. I am not afraid of him, but you guys better prepare yourself. Don't let him vent his anger on you. Yes. High Wind City Master's heart tightened. But he did not panic. Because the situation now was much better than before. For example, the Crane Cave God Emperor had given him 2 choices. No matter which one it was, he, the High Wind City Lord, would have to die. This was because the Crane Cave God Emperor was very cautious. Now that a huge enmity had been formed, the early stage God Emperor High Wind City Master must die. Because the initial stage of God Emperor, although it was difficult to break through, who knew if one day he would break through to the middle stage of God Emperor? At that time, he would have the qualifications to threaten the God Emperor of the Crane Cave, so he had to kill him. But now, the one who killed Crane Cave was this mysterious expert in front of them. Although Palace Master Ghost C was infamous, he was ultimately in existence at the Great Circle of God Emperor, honorable, level. This time their High Wind clan was also the one being bullied. As long as they temporarily left High Wind City, Palace Master Ghost C would not bother to chase after them. Hurry up and get ready. Dong Buishuang waved his hand lightly and turned to walk out. Following which, he turned into a stream of light and flew out of the second floor of the inn. On the streets outside, there were already many passers-by watching this scene from afar. These natives of the deity world were naturally strong. Although they were far away and there were some buildings blocking their view, they could still see everything that happened on the second floor of the inn. They also knew that the Crane Cave God Emperor had died, killed by the white-robed man. So powerful. Killed in a single move. The Crane Cave God Emperor did not even have the strength to resist. This High Wind clan is really lucky to have met with such a huge problem. The High Wind City Lord was about to die, but there was actually such an expert in our High Wind City. Seeing the injustice, he killed the Crane Cave God Emperor and saved them. The Crane Cave God Emperor was one of the 3 disciples of Palace Master Ghost C. His background is really impressive. This expert actually dared to kill him. With this expert's ability to kill the Crane Cave God Emperor in a single move, he might even be a Grand Circle God Emperor. Naturally, he dared to kill him. He doesn't care about Palace Master Ghost C's face. Many of the natives of the deity world watched as they transmitted their voices to each other. At the same time, they quickly left. They could not stay in such a dangerous place for long. On the second floor of the inn. Quick. High Wind City Lord was also decisive. He swept his gaze across the surroundings and ordered. We are also the ones who were humiliated. Although Palace Master Ghost C would not go to the extent of purposely chasing after small characters like us, it is very likely that he would vent his anger on us. So quickly. The entire High Wind clan will split into 10 teams and board large ships to enter the Great Wilderness. We will temporarily avoid this calamity. After some time, we will gradually return. Yes. Yes. All of them acknowledged the order. So. They all turned into streams of light and rapidly flew out of the second floor of the inn. The entire High Wind clan was mobilized at the fastest speed possible. They had to be careful. If they had any wishful thinking, a casual move from that Palace Master Ghost C would be enough to wipe out the entire clan. Dong Buishuang changed into a black robe. His aura had also become much gentler. His early stage god monarch aura remained in High Wind City. In an unremarkable inn by the side of the road, he ordered a few dishes and a flask of wine. He slowly drank the wine and ate the dishes by himself. Palace Master Ghost C is quite protective. He should be taking action immediately. Dong Buishuang thought. The moment he killed the God Emperor in the Crane Cave, with Palace Master Ghost C's strength, he would be extremely sensitive to karma. If his disciple's karma suddenly disappeared, he would definitely come to investigate. If he flies slowly, by the time he arrives, the culprit would already be long gone. Thus, Palace Master Ghost C should be seeking help from experts to rush here at the fastest speed possible. Although the great world-breaking teleportation technique was rare, there were still similar techniques. Only the strongest late-stage Ascendant God Emperor of the Tao of Void could execute it. However, there were many experts in the deity world. They had all sorts of strange bloodlines and talents. Those who could travel through long distances in the deity world could be counted with one's fingers. These few had high statuses. Even the weakest had the combat strength of a late-stage God Emperor. In addition, they would immediately teleport and escape whenever the situation turned bad. Naturally, not many could do anything to them. To be able to travel through long distances in the deity world, even the 3 great royal clans treated them as esteemed guests. A Grand Perfection God Emperor expert had extremely high statuses in the deity world. There were only slightly more than 30 such experts in the entire deity world. Most of them could seek help from experts who could travel through long distances. After drinking half of the wine and emptying 2 plates of dishes, Dong Buishuang raised his head and looked into the distance. In the distant sky, suddenly, there was a resplendent starlight. In a passage filled with resplendent starlight, 2 figures appeared from the starlight. One was a plump male wearing a loose robe. There was even a horn on his forehead that was emitting a bizarre starlight. Beside him was a black-robed skinny old man exuding a towering baleful aura. When he swept his gaze around, The countless citizens of the High Wind City could feel a pressure on their souls, even though they couldn't see the expert in the air. He is here. Dongbua Shueying placed down his wine cup in this wine shop. He watched silently. Palace Master Ghost C. Currently, the entire High Wind clan has fled in different directions. Those left behind in the city are all ordinary civilians. I hope you won't vent your anger on these civilians. Otherwise, even though I'm not willing to fight with the Supreme, there are times when I have no choice but to retreat. Back in the Realm Heart Great Land, when he was still relatively weak, he dared to fight against Undying Underworld Emperor. He even destroyed the sacrificial offering of Undying Underworld Emperor. It was a good thing that Dongbua Shueying killed Crane Cave God Emperor. But he did not wish for the civilians in the city to be implicated. The moment the other party showed signs of acting, that would be when he, Dongbua Shueying, acted. On the second floor of the restaurant where Crane Cave God Emperor fell, both Palace Master Ghost C and Shueying came here. The surrounding time flowed backwards to the point where Crane Cave God Emperor captured High Wind Yurong. Only then did the scene resume. Scenes of him killing other guests and attendants with a single glance, teasing High Wind Yurong, threatening the High Wind clan. But when a white-robed male carrying a god sword appeared in the scene, the moment the white-robed male looked over, the entire scene shattered. It's him. Palace Master Ghost C said with a low voice. I can't even see what happened at that time. Such power. But white-robed. Carrying a god sword? In the entire god world, there wasn't a single one of such experts who could be ranked in the top 100. He acted stealthily and did not dare to reveal his true body. He only dared to conceal his aura and change his appearance. I doubt he is that strong. For a grand perfection expert like God Emperor, why would he act stealthily? Doing things openly was equivalent to committing evil. It was also unbridled and unbridled. Since he did not dare to act with his true identity, this white-robed male should be afraid of you, Palace Master Ghost C. Hence, he chose to disguise himself when dealing with Crane Cave God Emperor. A plump male chuckled by the side. Since he dared to kill my disciple, I'll absolutely not let him off. The eyes of Palace Master Ghost C were filled with coldness. Chapter 1320. That battle just now, there should be many who saw it, right? The plump man laughed. Amen. Palace Head Ghost C nodded. Instantly, a formless ripple spread out in all directions, quickly seeping into the souls of the nearest 10,000 deity realm citizens. Of these 10,000 deity realm citizens, the strongest was only at the middle stage God Monarch stage. In front of a great circle God Emperor level expert, the difference in strength was too huge. He could easily inspect their souls and read through their memories. Of these 10,000 citizens, over 100 had personally witnessed what happened on the second floor of the restaurant. After all, the most dazzling young mistress of High Wind City had been captured. Naturally, the surrounding citizens were nervous and watched from afar. Although they did not dare to stay in a place of trouble, many of them hid in their own residences. Who knew that even though they hid in their homes, they would still be inspected by their souls. Not only Palace Head Ghost C, the plump man Star Wind City Master, was also inspecting their souls. What? Palace Head Ghost C's expression changed. This Star Wind City Master was also stunned. They had read through many memories and saw the battle scene. All of it was the white-robed man pointing at God Emperor from afar. The space around Crane Cave God Emperor warped slightly before Crane Cave God Emperor fell to the ground. One move? Just one move. And so casually? Palace Head Ghost C's expression turned ugly. Previously, he thought that the other party was afraid of him, Palace Head Ghost C, since he was being secretive and did not dare to reveal his true identity. But now he saw that the other party killed Crane Cave God Emperor with just one move. Just one move. Star Wind City Master sighed. Among the experts of God Emperor's late-stage strength, there are probably only 3 to 5 of them who can kill Crane Cave God Emperor in one move. The scariest thing is that this white-robed man did not even get close. Instead, he lightly tapped with his finger from afar. And even from a distance, he was able to kill Crane Cave God Emperor with such ease. It is almost certain that he is a Great Circle God Emperor. Not necessarily. It's also possible that the murderer changed the surrounding scenery and deliberately let the ordinary citizens of the divine realm see it, said Palace Lord Ghost C through clenched teeth. This might be a disguise and not real. What Brother Gui Hai said is possible, but looking at the traces left around the restaurant and the damage to the surrounding tables and walls caused by the distortion of the void, more than 80% of the scene is real. If it is a disguise, it can only be said that his disguise scene is too perfect. Star Wind City Master said. Help me see if there are any God Emperor level experts in this city, said Palace Master Ghost C. All right. Star Wind City Lord nodded. Dongbua Shuang raised his wine cup and continued drinking. All of a sudden, spots of starlight appeared around him. These spots of starlight covered the entire city. The range of this domain is really big. Dongbua Shuang revealed a look of shock. These spots of starlight should be the Star Wind City Master, who was able to use the starlight traversal. Countless of starlight were probing the strength of every living being. However, Dongbua Shuang's soul had already reached such a level. If he were to disguise himself, even if Star Wind City Master's probing was 10 times stronger, it would still be useless. The two of them. Dongbua Shuang raised his head to look. He saw that Palace Lord Ghost C and Star Wind City Master had already flown out of the restaurant and were in mid-air. The two of them were observing the entire city. With Star Wind City Master here, Palace Lord Ghost C shouldn't take his anger out on the innocent, right? Dongbua Shuang thought. Star Wind City Master had a good temper and was able to make friends with various people. However, he did not have the temperament to slaughter the weak. Although Star Wind City Master was slightly weaker, he was a late-stage God Emperor. But because of his sacred art, Starlight Traversal, his position was extremely high. He even addressed many God Emperor Great Circle experts as brothers, and the 3 royal families treated him with great respect. With Star Wind City Master here, Palace Lord Ghost C should be more reserved. You dare to kill my disciple, yet you don't dare to reveal your identity? A voice filled with hostility swept through the entire city. Countless citizens of the divine realm were frightened to the point that their hearts trembled. The entire city quietened down. Palace Lord Ghost C's voice continued to reverberate in the sky above the city. I, Ghost C, will remember today's enmity. The voice filled with baleful aura stopped. Palace Lord Ghost C looked around and waited for a moment before speaking with Star Wind City Master by the side. So, the starlight appeared once again. The two of them disappeared within the starlight and left High Wind City. Actually, although Palace Lord Ghost C was a great demon, he only did things like massacring an entire clan. Exterminating a city was still very rare. Furthermore, the murderer this time was Dongbua Shuang. Palace Lord Ghost C's target was Dongbua Shuang. If that early-stage God Emperor High Wind City Master was still here, he might have been captured. It was just that the people in the city were all weak. Star Wind City Master's friend was still by the side, so he naturally could not start a massacre. You will remember this enmity. Dongbua Shuang chuckled. The master of the Demon Heart Society should have said this in the past too. Dongbua Shuang chuckled as he continued eating and drinking. He was incredibly carefree. He was not afraid of that Palace Lord Ghost C. He disguised his identity and acted low profile because he came from another world. Not just him. Even the similarly low profile Great Emperor North River came from another world. In this world, it was natural for them to remain low profile. The moment they acted in a high profile manner, it was fine if they were ordinary experts, but they were afraid of those 3 chaotic origin ancestral gods. They were chaotic origin experts that created this world. How could Dongbua Shuang and Great Emperor North River not be afraid of them? When they acted in a high-profile manner, it meant that the attraction of this world was limited, and it was time for them to leave. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, I've already gotten the dried realm leaf. I'm just left with the golden lightning chaotic origin bead. Dongbua Shuang pondered. After all, there were quite a lot of dried realm leaves in the divine realm. It was relatively easy to collect them. He could simply collect a piece when he killed devils. But the golden lightning chaotic origin bead was the hardest to obtain because there were only 3 of them in the entire divine realm. They had huge origins. One was Golden Wing City Master, a late-stage God Emperor. He was ranked in the front amongst the group of late-stage God Emperors. He was ranked a shocking 39th on the God Emperor list. He was not much weaker than a Grand Perfection God Emperor Supreme. The other was an Ascendant God Emperor, Chunyu God Emperor. He was a middle-stage God Emperor. As an Ascendant God Emperor, he was ranked 162nd on the God Emperor list. The other was Cloudflow Pavilion Master, a middle-stage God Emperor. He was not an Ascendant, and was merely a middle-stage God Emperor. He was not much better than God Emperor Crane Cave. But he had the Golden Lightning Chaotic Origin bead. Many late-stage God Emperor experts were coveting it. Even Grand Perfection God Emperor experts were slightly moved. They were willing to snatch it for their juniors. But nobody snatched it. Why? Because this Cloudflow Little Pavilion Master was the grandson of the Cloud Phoenix City Master. She doted on him a lot. And Cloud Phoenix City Master was a terrifying existence ranked first on the God Emperor list. The three of them are not to be trifled with. Dongbo Shuang thought. Gold Feather City Master is the strongest. Being a native of the Divine Realm, he is clearly a late-stage God Emperor. Yet his strength has almost reached the supreme level. But he is relying on external treasures like the Golden Lightning Chaotic Origin bead. If he did not have a few treasures, his strength would most likely fall to rank 80th or 90th on the God Emperor list. Dongbo Shuang thought. He was the strongest, and also the one he was least afraid of. By relying on treasures and bloodline energy, it was easy to deal with him. Under his third Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm killing technique, treasures and bloodline energy were useless. It was not bad that the other party could maintain his consciousness. Ascendant God Emperor, a middle-stage God Emperor. His soul and willpower are definitely formidable. If I did not create my third killing technique, it would be hard to capture him. Dongbo Shuang thought. But now, it isn't hard to deal with him. The most troublesome one is this Cloudflow Pavilion Master. Dongbo Shuang frowned. Cloudflow Pavilion Master resided in Cloud Phoenix City. There was a terrifying expert who was ranked number 1 in the entire Divine Realm. She was ranked number 1 amongst a group of Grand Perfection God Emperor experts. According to her battle records, she was someone who had killed a Grand Perfection God Emperor in history. As for those who defeated and heavily injured God Emperor head-on, there were more than 10 of them. The main reason was because the Grand Perfection God Emperor wanted to spar and temper himself. That was why such a terrifying battle record was created. The one who was killed was too confident and offended Cloud Phoenix City Master. She killed a Grand Perfection God Emperor. Dongbo Shuang thought. Could it be that this Cloud Phoenix City Master's strength is comparable to an Ascendant God Emperor, who is a Grand Perfection God Emperor? Ascendants could fight against those of a higher level. Late-stage God Emperor Ascendants could fight against the Grand Perfection God Emperor subjects. How terrifying was a Grand Perfection Ascendant God Emperor? This Divine Realm, according to the information gathered by Dongbo Shuang, he deduced from the clues. There should have been at least 2 Grand Perfection God Emperor Ascendants, but both of them had disappeared. According to the information, among the 3 of them, Cloudflow Little Pavilion Master was pampered too much and was extremely arrogant. As a result, he committed the greatest sin. However, he was just arrogant, but his nature wasn't too bad. In fact, there were a few times where he was used. Dongbo Shuang thought. Cloudflow Little Pavilion Master's background was too huge. Naturally, there would be people who tried to use him. Golden Wing City Master's sin should be secondary. He was a vicious and merciless Divine Realm expert. However, he wasn't at the level of a great devil. Dongbo Shuang thought. This Golden Wing City Master was ruthless and merciless towards his enemies. This was considered normal among the experts of the Divine Realm. It was just that Golden Wing City Master frequently participated in all sorts of battles and massacres. The final Ascendant God Emperor is the most low profile. He only focuses on cultivation and rarely participates in battles. Of the 3 Golden Lightning Chaotic Origin beads, I want one. What should I do? Dongbo Shuang pondered. Chapter 1321. That Ascender, God Emperor, was eliminated by Dongbo Shuang first. The other party kept a low profile and focused on cultivation. Dongbo Shuang admired such cultivators. He would not act against such cultivators without any enmity. As for Gold Wing City Master and Cloud Pavilion Little Pavilion Master, Dongbo Shuang was willing to act against them. Gold Wing City Master massacred for treasures, slaughtered and fought. He was selfish and merciless. He wanted to eliminate all future troubles. For the sake of becoming stronger, he was willing to scheme and kill. He was definitely an ambitious and ruthless person. Although he was not categorized as a devil, Dongbo Shuang would not show mercy when killing such people. As for Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master, he was the complete opposite of Gold Wing City Master. He did not have the heart to massacre, but many clans had been destroyed because of his authority. Countless lives had been lost. Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master could already be considered a devil. It was just that many of these things were done by his subordinates using his authority. However, this Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master is not innocent. He was ultimately a middle-stage God Emperor expert. How could he not know what his subordinates were doing? It's just that his subordinates coaxed him so much that he let them do as they pleased. Shuang pondered. All right. It's him, Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master. Dongbo Shuang made his decision. Although the #1 expert on the God Emperor board, Cloud Phoenix City Master, was a huge deterrent, Dongbo Shuang knew that even if he could not defeat her, it would not be a problem for him to use the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique to survive. Even though the other party was the #1 expert in the divine world, she did not know any ultra-long distance teleportation techniques. In reality, the few experts in the divine world that could teleport, other than ascenders, relied on their bloodline's sacred arts. Cloud Phoenix City Master's ancestral god bloodline clearly did not specialize in ultra-long distance teleportation. It was just that she was terrifyingly strong. Let's go. Dongbo Shuang paid for his meal and left Highwind City. He headed towards Cloud Phoenix City silently. Cloud Phoenix City was extremely large, spanning nearly 10 million miles. In the center of the city, there was a mountain range that was tens of thousands of miles high and stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. The peak of the mountain was above the clouds and the entire mountain range was filled with palaces. It was also known as the Cloud Phoenix Palace. Cloud Phoenix Palace. Dongbo Shuang raised his head and looked at the mountain range. His gaze pierced through the clouds and saw a huge manor at the peak of the mountain. The #1 expert of the divine world lives there. Above her were the 3 chaotic origin ancestral gods who created this world. Fortunately, Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master won't always stay in Cloud Phoenix Manor. Dongbo Shuang revealed a smile. The little floor master of the Cloud Tower had an arrogant personality and loved to enjoy life. He even built his own caged cloud tower. As the floor master, this caged cloud tower was filled with all sorts of pleasures. Most of the time he would be in the caged cloud tower. Occasionally, he would go to other places in Cloud Phoenix City to enjoy himself. As for leaving the city, traveling to other places in the divine world would create a huge disturbance. Most of the time, there would be a total of 3 late-stage God Emperor protecting Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master. They had no choice. Cloud Phoenix City Master was so powerful. There were more than 20 late-stage God Emperors who chose to rely on her. But the late-stage God Emperor placed great importance on cultivation too. In Cloud Phoenix City, there was only one late-stage God Emperor, who followed this Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master for a long period of time. The only grandson of Cloud Phoenix City Master. Dongbo Shuang sighed inwardly. I've heard that Cloud Phoenix City Master once had a son and a daughter. During the period when she was imprisoned by a great enemy, her children had all died, leaving behind this only grandson. The growth of Cloud Phoenix City Master had been through many trials and tribulations before she reached where she was today. I have reached the caged cloud tower. Dongbo Shuang followed his karma senses and strolled around Cloud Phoenix City. Soon he arrived before a tall building. This building occupied a huge area. It was so tall that it pierced through the cloud layer. It was the #1 entertainment place in the entire Cloud Phoenix City. He is up there. Dongbo Shuang looked up. Caged Cloud Tower. Pavilion Master. A black-robed youth was smiling. His eyes were like a fox's. Behind him were 6 young girls. All of them had peerless looks and auras. It was just that when these young girls looked at the back of the black-robed youth, their eyes were filled with hatred. But they had no choice. The lives and deaths of many of their kin and clansmen were in the hands of this black-robed youth. "Come in." A voice came from within. Only then did the black-robed youth carefully push open the door. Within the hall, an extremely fat man was currently sitting there, and there was a purple-clothed female attendant serving him by his side. He was currently taking big mouthfuls of food. This extremely fat man was the only grandson of the Cloud Phoenix City Master, Cloudflow Little Pavilion Master. Oh, this Cloudflow Little Pavilion Master raised his head and looked at the 6 young girls with extraordinary looks and auras. They had different auras, but when the 6 of them stood together, they looked like a painting. Just looking at them was an absolute enjoyment. These are the 6 sisters that this subordinate had painstakingly found. The black-robed youth said fawningly, "Pavilion Master, you will know how they taste after experiencing them." Amen. Cloudflow Little Pavilion Master revealed a smile. Good. Not bad. Chinfu, you can withdraw for now. Even though he knew that some of his subordinates were using the tiger's might to intimidate others, it was precisely because they were able to coax him that he did not mind. For example, this black-robed youth in front of him was one of his 3 most favored subordinates, the early-stage God Emperor Chinfu, God Emperor. He was most proficient in taming women. The black-robed youth, God Emperor Chinfu, immediately retreated with a smile and closed the door. Only Cloudflow Little Pavilion Master, the violet-robed female attendant, and the 6 young girls were left in the hall. "All of you come over." Cloudflow Little Pavilion Master's chubby hand beckoned. "Yes, Pavilion Master." The 6 young girls immediately went over. The violet-robed female attendant smiled as she watched everything. She was completely loyal to her master and served him. She was also Cloudflow Little Pavilion Master's most trusted female attendant. He would not avoid this female attendant for many matters. To Cloudflow Little Pavilion Master, this female attendant was his kin. As for Chun Fu, God Emperor, and the others, they were just dogs that he raised. Suddenly, Cloudflow Little Pavilion Master felt slightly dizzy. Where is this place? Cloudflow Little Pavilion Master looked at his surroundings in shock. This was a sinister prison. What's happening to me? Why is my strength sealed? Cloudflow Little Pavilion Master discovered in shock that he was tied to a pillar. There were other pillars by the side, and there were other people tied to the pillars as well. It's Chun Fu and the others. Cloudflow Little Pavilion Master immediately recognized them. The people tied to the pillars were his 3 most beloved subordinates. Those 3 subordinates gradually woke up. What's going on? This. Pavilion Master is here as well. Pavilion Master, quickly ask the city lord to come and save us. Those 3 subordinates shouted out in fear. My strength has been sealed. I can't send a message. Cloudflow Little Pavilion Master was anxious. Creak. The door of this sinister prison suddenly opened. A white-robed youngster with a divine sword on his back walked in. He coldly swept his gaze across the 4 of them before his gaze landed on Cloudflow Little Pavilion Master. Cloudflow Little Pavilion Master, you have committed countless sins. Today shall be the day you die. Saying that, he pulled out the divine sword on his back. I didn't. Cloudflow Little Pavilion Master was extremely terrified. You still don't want to admit it? Do you want me to say it out loud? That Iron Flame clan was exterminated because of you, Sword Universe sect. The white-robed youngster started to speak. It's not me, it's them. Cloudflow Little Pavilion Master said. His 3 tied subordinates were also terrified. It was just that they did not dare to evade in fear of offending Cloudflow Little Pavilion Master. Don't worry, the 3 of them will die too, the white-robed youngster said. The 3 were startled. It has nothing to do with us. We are only Cloudflow Little Pavilion Master's subordinates. We were ordered by Pavilion Master. We can't not listen to orders. Please spare us. The 3 subordinates immediately begged. No matter what, they had to survive first. You guys. Cloudflow Little Pavilion Master was furious. Stop evading. The three of you are evil. Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master, you have connived with them. All of you deserve to die. The white-robed youngster immediately waved his sword and pierced the body of one of the tied subordinates. That subordinate's body immediately trembled before turning into ashes. So. After 3 consecutive sword strikes, the 3 subordinates were all turned into dust. The white-robed youngster walked towards Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master. Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master was extremely terrified. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. My grandmother is Cloud Phoenix City Master. You should know that I can treat today's matter as if nothing happened. Whatever you want, I can help you. It's too late. When you connived with your subordinates, you already knew that such a day would come. The white-robed youngster waved his sword. Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master revealed an expression of terror and despair. Who? No. Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master suddenly opened his eyes. He discovered that he was still in the hall. The 6 young girls and the purple-robed female attendant had similarly collapsed on the ground. At this moment, they had awakened one after another. All of them revealed an expression of doubt. Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master hurriedly climbed up and inspected himself. I didn't die. He revealed an expression of joy. Where are my treasures? All my treasures are gone? Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master was extremely shocked. All of the storage treasures and other items that he brought along with him were gone. Today is just a small punishment. If Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master continues acting like this, the next time will truly be the time of your death. A voice rumbled within Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master's soul. Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master's expression changed. He knew. Everything that seemed to have happened in the dream just now was indeed done by a mysterious expert. To be able to silently cause him to fall into a dream, that expert would most likely be able to kill him silently as well. He would not be able to resist at all. Actually, Dombo Shuang did not kill him. Firstly, it was because his grandmother was the #1 expert in Divine Realm, Cloud Phoenix City Master. If he really killed him, Cloud Phoenix City Master would definitely go crazy. That might affect his peaceful life. Secondly, Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master himself was not a devil. He only turned a blind eye to his subordinates' actions. Due to these 2 reasons, he was spared. Boom. A figure smashed through the door and charged in. It was a stern old man. This stern old man was relieved when he saw that Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master was safe. At the same time he said, Pavilion Master, Chinfu and the other 2 are dead. Chapter 1322. They are all dead? Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master felt his heart trembling when he heard that. Indeed, he could no longer sense the karma of Chinfu and the other 2. What happened in my dream has indeed appeared in reality. Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master was filled with terror. In that dream his 3 subordinates had died. He had died too. And in reality, he was the only one still alive. Especially when he had lost all his treasures. If the other party could take away all his personal treasures, killing him would be much easier. One had to know that many treasures were refined. Some could even be hidden in a drop of blood. For the other party to easily take away his treasures, it was clear that the other party had complete control over his life. The other party had directly dealt with his 3 subordinates. This filled Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master with terror. He was afraid that it would be his turn the next time. Hurry up and inform my grandmother. Tell her that I am in danger of dying. Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master urged. I should report to the city master? The cold old man was slightly puzzled. Why did Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master not inform his grandmother himself? How would he know that Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master had lost all his treasures? Even his communication treasure was gone. Hurry up. Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master urged. Yes. The cold old man acknowledged. Very soon. Hong, a terrifying aura descended. A white-haired absolute beauty walked in. The aura she emitted felt like a boundless world. The cold old man who was a late-stage god emperor trembled at this moment because Cloud Phoenix City Master could kill a late-stage god emperor like him with a single move. After all, she had personally killed a Grand Perfection God Emperor. In the entire God Emperor ranking list, only Cloud Phoenix City Master could do so. Of course, there were some at the Grand Perfection God Emperor like the innate chaotic origin life form, Hidden Willow Valley Master. His true body was a huge tree. His life force was heaven-defying. Cloud Phoenix City Master could not deal with him, but she could absolutely suppress him. By the side of Cloud Peak City Master followed a red-haired girl. This red-haired girl had an extraordinary aura. She was an innate chaotic origin life form at the Grand Perfection God Emperor, Fire Phoenix God Emperor. She and Cloud Phoenix City Master were like sisters. Cloud Flow, what happened? When Cloud Phoenix City Master looked at her grandson, her voice had turned much gentler. When she saw her grandson, she immediately thought of her son and daughter, who had already perished. Everyone else retreat. Everyone retreat. Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master shouted. Immediately, everyone in the hall retreated. Only Cloud Phoenix City Master, Fire Phoenix God Emperor, and Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master were left. Grandmother, I nearly died. Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master said in terror. Oh, tell me one by one. Cloud Phoenix City Master frowned when she heard that, but a baleful aura appeared. Yes. Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master explained everything in detail. Cloud Phoenix City Master frowned slightly when she heard that. To be able to silently cause you to fall into an illusion, you are after all a middle-stage God Emperor. The 3 strongest subordinates of yours that died were also middle-stage God Emperor. None of them had the strength to resist. The 3 of them had their souls extinguished. There are many people coming and going in the Caged Cloud Pavilion. I have even arranged for late-stage God Emperor experts to stand guard here, yet none of them detected anything at all. An illusory realm is silent. Fire Phoenix God Emperor said from the side. But I've never heard of such a formidable illusory realm in the entire divine realm. It is very difficult to cultivate in the illusory realm. This is considered a soul aspect. Amen. Cloud Phoenix City Master nodded. Firstly, an unprecedented soul aspect expert might have appeared. Secondly, it might be a native of the divine realm who grasped a powerful illusory realm-related bloodline ability. Thirdly, it might be a new innate chaotic origin life form that came to our world. Who knows, there might be an innate chaotic origin life form that specializes in the illusory realm. No matter which one it is, he is really daring to come to my Cloud Phoenix City and deal against my grandson. Cloud Phoenix City Master coldly said. But he is only giving a warning. He did not harm my grandson. In the future, I'll punish that person before letting him go. Cloud Phoenix City Master said. She waved her hand. The surrounding time began reversing. It began showing the scenes that happened previously. It's just that Dong Wuxia had executed his mirage and illusory realm that prevented the scenes from being shown. Unable to reverse time? Cloud Phoenix City Master sneered. She lightly waved her hand, causing the clouds to condense into a mirror. The mirror began showing everything that happened previously. The mirror showed within the hall, Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master, the female attendant, and the 6 sisters had all fallen into a deep sleep. The door was pushed open. A white-robed young man with a divine sword on his back walked in just like that. Several people had fallen outside the door too. One of them was that Chen Fu God Emperor. After the white-robed young man walked in, he waved his hand, causing many treasures on Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master to fly out and land in the hands of the white-robed young man. See law following that, a black crack appeared. The white-robed young man stepped into it before disappearing. Amen. Cloud Phoenix City Master and Fire Phoenix God Emperor were both startled. Even though the 2 of them were incredibly powerful, there were only a few in the entire divine realm who could teleport through an ultra-long distance. An unprecedentedly terrifying illusory realm and ultra-long distance teleportation. Who exactly is this? Cloud Phoenix City Master felt that the threat of this white-robed young man was incredibly high. At the very least, if he wanted to assassinate her grandson, she could not protect him at all. After all, she could not block the illusory realm for her grandson. A white-robed young man with a divine sword on his back? Who is he? There isn't such an expert amongst the apex experts in the divine realm. Fire Phoenix God Emperor felt puzzled. Is he an ascendant? A native of the divine realm? Or an innate chaotic origin life form? Taking a humanoid form could similarly be an innate chaotic origin life form. For instance, Fire Phoenix God Emperor was an innate chaotic origin life form that took a humanoid form. Do you understand now? Cloud Phoenix City Master looked at her grandson, Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master. I can't help you block all the enemies. If this mysterious expert wants to kill you, he can do so stealthily. In the future, remember to restrain those subordinates of yours. I know. Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master hurriedly acknowledged. Now that he was so close to death, how would he dare to continue conniving? After all, even though he did not care about the lives of the weak, he had no interest in slaughter. What he liked was enjoyment. Amen. Cloud Phoenix City Master felt relieved inwardly. The other party did not kill her grandson. Clearly, he did not wish to form an enmity. Since he did not kill her grandson this time, as long as her grandson restrained his subordinates, he would not kill them again in the future. Perhaps this time it was a form of warning to her grandson. It would let her grandson understand that there were still people who could threaten his life in this divine realm. But who exactly is this person? Even though Cloud Phoenix City Master did not feel any threat, she understood that this mysterious expert was much more threatening to the other God Emperor. Big Sister, with such strength, it is impossible for him to remain unknown forever. As time passes, he will be exposed. Fire Phoenix God Emperor chuckled. By then we can go and spar with him. Dongbo Shuang had already arrived at Iron Dragon City. I've finally gathered everything. Dongbo Shuang was filled with anticipation. He had gathered both the dried realm leaf and the golden lightning chaotic origin bead. He did not care about these items that would be of great help to the natives of the divine realm. But that corpse of an innate chaotic origin life form with the void lineage was something he desired. Even though there were innate chaotic origin life forms in the Broken Teeth mountain range over at the Realm Heart Great Land, they were few in number. There were none with the void lineage. In this world, there were many more innate chaotic origin life forms, and there were only 3 with the void lineage. It was sufficient for him to obtain one. After all, it was of the void lineage, and the majority of this chaotic origin life form corpse was a manifestation of the Tao of Void. This wasn't like those desolate beasts. Most innate chaotic origin life forms had huge bodies. Every single scale had to be carefully studied. Just studying through it once would take a long time. It was absolutely the best target for him to comprehend the Tao of Void. It was more precious than any scripture. Iron Dragon Hall, in front of the residence. The protector looked at the white-robed male, who carried a divine sword on his back. He could not help but feel startled, because not too long ago, this Azure Cloud God Emperor came to visit. Azure Cloud God Emperor? The protector asked. I wonder what Matter God Emperor is here for. Please relay that I want to meet the Crown Prince, Dongbo Shuang said. Chapter 1323. Very soon, Dongbo Shuang was able to enter this Iron Dragon Hall. The hall was vast. He walked under the guidance of the guards. Amen. The guard leading the way suddenly trembled. He was so frightened that he bowed respectfully. He did not even dare to raise his head. Dongbo Shuang was startled. He could not help but stop and look ahead. There was currently a gray-robed male leisurely walking in the hall. He was looking at the surrounding scenery. The surrounding female attendants and guards were all bowing down without daring to raise their heads. This simple-looking gray-robed male seemed ordinary, and he did not have any unique aura. But after Ying's soul reached this stage, his senses had reached an unfathomable stage. He could feel the endless terrifying energy within this simple-looking gray-robed male. That was a power that made him tremble uncontrollably. Iron Dragon City Master. Dongbo Shuang felt startled. I have once seen Palace Master Ghost See from afar. Palace Master Ghost See is also a grand perfection God Emperor expert. But when I sense him, the degree of threat he poses is far weaker than this Iron Dragon City Master. One could deduce this from the ranking on the God Emperor list. Palace Master Ghost See was one of the weakest characters amongst the group of Grand Perfection God Emperors. And Iron Dragon City Master was ranked 7th on the God Emperor list. One had to know, ranked in the top 10, there were several strongest existences that originated from the 3 great royal clans. They were the closest descendants of the 3 chaotic origin ancestral gods. There were also the most terrifying innate chaotic origin life forms. For Iron Dragon City Master to be ranked 7th, he naturally had his frightening aspects. Amen. The gray-robed Iron Dragon City Master glanced at Dongbo Shuang. He felt slightly puzzled. With a glance he could ascertain that the aura emitted by Dongbo Shuang was that of a late-stage God Emperor expert, disguised aura. He did not care about this strength, just that he could not recognize the identity of Dongbo Shuang. Clearly, this could be a disguised identity. It seems he is also a guest of Cloud Mountain. Iron Dragon City Master no longer cared about this matter. He had left the matters of his subordinates to his eldest son. He only wanted to become a chaotic origin life form. After Iron Dragon City Master left, only then did the guard dare to stand up straight. He hurriedly said to Dongbo Shuang, "Clear Sky God Emperor, follow me." Dongbo Shuang nodded his head while thinking in his heart. Even if they are at the same God Emperor Great Circle stage, there are still differences in strength. That God Emperor board's number 1, Cloud Phoenix City Lord, had even killed a God Emperor Great Circle stage before. She should be able to match up against a God Emperor Great Circle Ascender God Emperor. This Iron Dragon City Master is not someone to be trifled with. God Emperor, a grand perfection ascendant, God Emperor, should represent a pinnacle beneath the chaotic origin expert. In the garden, Dongbo Shuang saw the eldest young master of the Iron Dragon Hall. He was still dressed in loose black robes, leisurely leaning on the chair. When he saw Dongbo Shuang, the eldest young master smiled and said, "I just saw Brother Qingyan yesterday. It has only been a day. Why is Brother Qingyan here so soon? Unless there is some good news?" The eldest young master was indeed puzzled, because Dongbo Shuang's actions were too fast. Initially, he spent quite some time gathering intelligence. After killing Crane Cave God Emperor, he merely ate some food before going to get the Golden Lightning Chaotic Origin Bead from Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master. After that, he relied on the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique to rush over. Crane Cave God Emperor had just died, and the Heavenswell Pavilion was still investigating the situation to find out who the murderer was. The Heavenswell Pavilion had yet to spread the news to the outside world. Eldest young master mentioned previously that if you want that void lineage chaotic origin lifeform corpse, you have to exchange it with a piece of dried realm leaf and a golden lightning chaotic origin bead, right? Dongbo Shuang asked. Right, this condition is not negotiable. It is impossible for me to lower it. The eldest young master nodded. He then chuckled. Naturally, if you are willing to give me treasures that are several times more valuable, I don't mind either. Regardless of whether it was the Golden Lightning Chaotic Origin Bead, or that Void Lineage Chaotic Origin Lifeform Corpse, they were both top-notch treasures in the Divine Realm. Several times more valuable? That should be a miraculous item that could greatly aid in breaking through to the Grand Perfection God Emperor Realm. It was impossible for the Divine Realm to nurture such miraculous items. They were bestowed to the 3 great royal clans by the 3 chaotic origin ancestral gods. I have already prepared the dried realm leaf and the golden lightning chaotic origin bead, Dongbo Shuang said. The eldest young master was stunned. He swept his gaze to the side. The 2 girls by his side immediately retreated, leaving behind only Dongbo Shuang and the eldest young master. Are you prepared? The eldest young master did not dare believe it. He had even used karma to sense those 3 existences. Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master, Golden Winged City Master, and God Emperor Chunyu. There were a total of 3 Golden Lightning Chaotic Origin Beads in this divine realm, and they were in the hands of these 3 existences. The karma of the 3 of them is still there. Clearly they are still alive and well. Furthermore, he just came to find me yesterday. Today he said that he has gathered everything. Unless he has prepared for it. The eldest young master pondered. That's right too. I have mentioned my conditions to other experts who wanted to get that chaotic origin life form corpse before. It is possible that he has heard about it too. Hence, he has prepared beforehand. It's just that the dried realm leaf is something that I requested for. Why did he spend a day to prepare? The three of them are still alive and well. It seems he has traded with one of the three existences? The eldest young master guessed. In the opinion of the eldest young master, the other party did not kill others to snatch their treasures. Naturally, they had to trade treasures. Haha. The eldest young master laughed. Brother Azure Cloud said that he has prepared everything. Can I have a look? Dongbo Shuang nodded. He waved his hand. At that moment, two items floated in front of him. One was a seemingly withered leaf that did not have any life force. The veined patterns on the leaf were incredibly clear. Yet there was a faint mysterious energy revolving on this withered leaf. The other item was a bead with golden lightning revolving on its surface. The interior of the bead was completely gray, making it hard to see through. The surface of the bead was covered with many law inscriptions. The energy contained within the bead would naturally manifest as golden lightning through these law inscriptions. The energy contained within the bead was incredibly vast and powerful. Dongbo Shuang once again looked at this golden lightning chaotic origin bead. He was still praising it, because the golden lightning chaotic origin bead contained an endless amount of chaotic origin energy. After passing through the bead, the chaotic origin energy would transform into golden lightning. It was truly mystical. Good. The eldest young master's eyes brightened. He became excited. He had desired for the golden lightning chaotic origin bead for far too long. Admirable, admirable. Brother Azure Cloud has actually prepared everything so quickly. The eldest young master chuckled. He flipped his hand and brought out a storage treasure. Dongbo Shuang extended his senses. He did not feel any obstruction at all. When he saw the mountain-sized corpse lying within this storage Eden treasure, he could not help but reveal a grin. Then is the transaction done? The eldest young master looked at Dongbo Shuang with a smile. Of course. Dongbo Shuang nodded. The eldest young master took that storage treasure. He grinned as he looked at the two treasures floating in front of Dongbo Shuang. He did not say anything else. Dongbo Shuang understood. He waved his hand, causing the dried realm leaf and golden lightning chaotic origin bead to fly over. Awesome. The eldest young master waved his hand too. But as he waved his hand, his palm expanded, grabbing the dried realm leaf and golden lightning chaotic origin bead. Following that, he looked at Dongbo Shuang with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Eldest young master, what is the meaning of this? Dongbo Shuang's expression changed. When experts transacted, they would exchange treasures. If it were cultivators, they might be restricted by oaths. But to those who cultivated bloodline, it was hard to restrict them. They could only do it in the safest way. Ha 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 ha, Brother Azure Cloud. Why do you trust me, Iron Dragon Cloud Mountain, with such treasures? The eldest young master laughed. It's a pity that I don't trust myself that much. Now that the treasures are in my hands, you can forget about getting them. Are you snatching them by force? Dongbo Shuang said. So what if I snatch them by force? I advise you to leave now. In Iron Dragon City, nobody dares to be impudent with me. The eldest young master sneered. This was Iron Dragon City. With the help of some arrays in his territory, he dared to fight against God Emperor at the Grand Perfection Realm. Furthermore, his father was ranked 7th on the God Emperor list. Even though it was despicable for him to be greedy for treasures, who could do anything to him? Fool. Dongbo Shuang's eyes turned cold. A terrifying illusory realm enveloped the eldest young master, dragging his soul into it. The eldest young master only felt the world spinning. His soul felt like it was falling. He struggled with all his might. Even his senses towards his fleshy body had become blurred. He was terrified. He tried his best to maintain a strand of consciousness. Father, save me. Under this strand of consciousness, he barely transmitted a message to his father, Iron Dragon City Master. He only felt waves of pain coming from his soul. Under this pain, his soul was weakening. At that moment, he could no longer resist and fell into oblivion. He continued falling, falling and falling. He fell into that vast illusory realm that seemed to be filled with endless attraction. Dongbo Shuang took a step before grabbing hold of the fleshy body of the eldest young master. With a wave of his hand, many treasures flew into his hands. Be it the dried realm leaf, the golden lightning chaotic origin bead, or even the storage treasures that belonged to the eldest young master, he kept them all. You are too confident. Do you really think nobody can do anything to you in Iron Dragon City? Who dares to be impudent in my Iron Dragon Hall? A cold voice resounded. That simple-looking gray-robed male's figure blurred before appearing in the garden. He stared coldly at Shuang. An endless amount of terrifying killing intent engulfed the world like an endless sea wave. Chapter 1324. Iron Dragon City Master was incomparably startled. He did not think that his eldest son, who had reached the late stage of God Emperor, Iron Dragon Cloud Mountain, would actually ask him for help and be captured so quickly. Furthermore, I did not sense any disturbance from the battle at all. It seems that it has ended without even fighting? Iron Dragon City Master did not dare believe it. He was within his residence. If there was a battle, how could it be hidden from him? Iron Dragon City Master. Dongbo Shuang said. Who are you? Iron Dragon City Master coldly said. Plotting against my son. What exactly do you want? In the opinion of Iron Dragon City Master, the other party must have planned this beforehand. That was why he could capture his eldest son, who had reached the late stage of God Emperor so stealthily. Furthermore, the other party's true target should be him, Iron Dragon City Master. Speak. What do you want? Tell me. Iron Dragon City Master coldly said. I advise you not to harm a single strand of my son. Otherwise, I'll absolutely not let you off. Dongbo Shuang shook his head. Iron Dragon City Master, I really did not plot against your son. And neither did I plot against you. Everything was brought upon by your son. Humph. Iron Dragon City Master coldly sneered. Let's not talk about these. What do you want in exchange for you to let my son go? Let him go. That's fine too. Treasures worth 100,000 chaotic origin crystal jades. Dongbo Shuang said. If you take out so many treasures, I can let him go. This Crown Prince of Iron Dragon Hall had snatched his treasures previously, but he did not have the heart to kill him. Since that's the case, Dongbo Shuang was naturally willing to let this Crown Prince live. It's just that, even though he had taken away the treasures from the Crown Prince, this little bit of treasures might make the Crown Prince feel heartache. But to Iron Dragon City Master, it was just a small portion of the wealth that Iron Dragon City Master had. He had to make them feel heartache. Treasures worth 100,000 chaotic origin crystal jades? Iron Dragon City Master was slightly startled. Even though he felt heartache, he was still shocked that the other party's request was low. He even thought that the other party had some harsh requests for him, Iron Dragon City Master, to do something for him. If I give it to you, can you guarantee to let my son go? Iron Dragon City Master said in a low voice. You don't have a choice, Dongbo Shuang said. Iron Dragon City Master gritted his teeth. He waved his hand, causing a storage wristband to fly over to Dongbo Shuang. Dongbo Shuang received it and briefly sensed it. He could not help but sigh inwardly. He was indeed a powerful existence ranked 7th on the God Emperor list. He had accumulated so many treasures. But adding what he got from the Crown Prince, treasures worth more than 100,000 chaotic origin crystal jades, even Iron Dragon City Master would suffer a huge loss. For you. Dongbo Shuang casually threw Tailong Yinshan over. Iron Dragon City Master caught hold of his son. As his son gradually regained consciousness, Iron Dragon City Master heaved a sigh of relief. He waved his hand and temporarily kept his son into his Eden treasure. Only then did Iron Dragon City Master turn to Dongbo Shuang. His killing intent became denser. The edge of his lips curled up into a sneer. You are indeed daring. I thought you would escape out of the city before you are willing to give my son to me. Who would have thought that you would give him to me in my Iron Dragon Hall? It seems you are quite confident. That's right. Ever since my cultivation reached a certain level, I have yet to fight against a grand perfection God Emperor. Dongbo Shuang chuckled. Since I have the chance, I naturally wish to fight against Iron Dragon City Master. Oh. Ahaha. Iron Dragon City Master laughed. His voice caused the surrounding void to tremble. It was like rolling thunder. You dare to fight against me? I do want to see how strong you are. The entire Iron Dragon Hall was instantly stirred. One after another, the formations surged. Many lightning bolts were swimming around, isolating the surroundings. Clearly, Iron Dragon City Master did not wish for the shockwaves from their battle to affect others in the hall. Come. Iron Dragon City Master looked at Dongbo Shuang. He did not even bother to use the arrays to suppress Dongbo Shuang. At the same time, Iron Dragon City Master's body was changing. His clothes disappeared and black scales appeared on the surface of his body. Even his face was covered in scales. 2 curved horns grew out of his head, and a 6 to 7 meter long tail covered in scales grew out from his spine. Both of Iron Dragon City Master's legs became thick and bulky. Both of his hands turned into sharp claws. At this moment, Iron Dragon City Master was like a standing dragon beast. The scales on his body were covered in layers of energy. The inner layer was flowing with colorless energy. The middle layer was covered in blood energy. The outermost layer was chi-chi-chi sounds, causing the surrounding void to be destroyed. At the same time, the void itself was also recovering. At this moment, Iron Dragon City Master's aura was completely unleashed, causing the surrounding world to tremble. Half-chaotic origin life-form body. But it is rare to see a body as strong as yours, Iron Dragon City Master. Dongbo Shuang praised. You are indeed ranked second in direct combat in the Divine Realm. In terms of overall strength, Iron Dragon City Master was ranked 7th. But in direct combat, he was ranked second only to Cloud Phoenix City Master. Don't you want to spar with me? You even said that you have some accomplishments in your cultivation and wanted to spar with me. Yet you chose me. You are too foolish. The moment Iron Dragon City Master finished speaking, his body remained standing there. But his tail abruptly swung out. At the same time when his tail swung out, it rapidly expanded. The endless terrifying energy caused the void to be pressured into stacking layers. These stacking layers of void vaguely formed some cracks, revealing the golden lightning outside the membrane of the Divine Realm. This tail that was covered in scales swung out. Its power was too ferocious and violent. It was so violent that it startled even Dongbo Shuang. With a thought, the terrifying illusory realm had enveloped Iron Dragon City Master. Iron Dragon City Master only felt an enormous world pulling on his soul. Since he could cultivate to this stage, his soul and willpower were naturally extraordinary. Hence, he was able to resist against it. This enormous world was even assaulting his soul, causing him to feel waves of piercing pain. It was as if many blades were slicing on his soul. This feeling was incredibly unbearable. Most of his heart force had to be diverted to resist against this. It was impossible for him to deal against that mysterious expert. The power of the tail, which was originally incomparably terrifying, was also greatly reduced, and its moves became much cruder. Dongbo Shuang waved his right hand, causing pieces of space to appear in front of him. He continuously defended against that tail that had become much cruder and weaker. The third killing technique of the Mirage and Illusory Realm is indeed formidable. The Crown Prince of the late-stage God Emperor Realm could barely maintain a strand of consciousness before falling into oblivion. Dongbo Shuang thought. The God Emperor Realm. This was a huge level. The gap between their soul and willpower was not too big. Back in the Realm Heart Great Land, Dongbo Ying's Mirage and Illusory Realm killing technique could deal against some middle-stage God Emperor, God General, experts. And now the third killing technique of the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm had undergone a qualitative change. It was much stronger, and most late-stage God Emperor experts would likely fall into oblivion. Grand Perfection God Emperor Realm. Dongbo Shuang had also been weakened by about 70% to 80% from the techniques of Iron Dragon City Master. What technique is this? Iron Dragon City Master felt horrified and uneasy. It was too unbearable. His soul was being pulled by an enormous world. He knew that the moment he fell into oblivion, he would be doomed. He had to use all his strength to resist against this world. Only with the remaining bit of heart force could he fight against the enemy. His control over his fleshy body had become blurry. His soul could no longer control this powerful fleshy body perfectly. Hence, his execution of techniques was even cruder. Pung. That white-robed male did not even pull out his sword. Instead, he slapped his palm against the sharp claws of Iron Dragon City Master. This slap. Iron Dragon City Master staggered back several steps from the impact. Waves of energy strangely tunneled into his body. Array support. Iron Dragon City Master could no longer care. Given his identity as the 7th ranker on the God Emperor list, he disdained controlling arrays previously. Because reaching his level, the increase in power from ordinary arrays was negligible. Even in his territory, the help from these arrays was ordinary. But at this moment he could no longer care about it. As long as it could help him, he would immediately do it. Hung long long, many array energy surged. Some enveloped the surface of Iron Dragon City Master, and some began suppressing Dongbo Shuang. Not good. I can no longer control the arrays perfectly. Most of his heart force was used to resist against the terrifying world that was pulling his soul. The remaining heart force was used to control his fleshy body and the arrays. The arrays of Iron Dragon Hall were complicated and powerful. But because his heart force was too weak, he could only control a portion of them. Just where did this expert come from? How did my son get acquainted with such an expert? Iron Dragon City Master felt anxious. He did not expect that he would actually fall into such a predicament while fighting in his own residence. Chapter 1325. What a fellow! Even though Dongbo Shuang had the upper hand, he could sense how terrifying this Iron Dragon City Lord was. Even though the other party's moves were much cruder and the power he could display was much weaker, Dongbo Shuang relied on his profound moves to prevent the other party from touching him. He had the upper hand, he could attack however he wanted. But his body is too strong. Dongbo Shuang drew the sword on his back. Sword light flashed and slashed at Iron Dragon City Lord's neck. Iron Dragon City Lord's scales were covered in 3 layers of power. The outermost layer was able to destroy the void at any moment. Dongbo Shuang could only use some moves that ignored the defense to infiltrate the enemy's body. He could not harm Iron Dragon City Lord's scales at all. Every time they clashed, the divine sword would collide with the 3 layers of formless power on Iron Dragon City Lord's body. The divine sword would tremble. Just the protective power alone can injure God Emperor late-stage cultivators. Fortunately, I did not clash head-on with him. Dongbo Shuang sighed to himself. Regardless of whether he used his sword or palm, even though Iron Dragon City Lord was sent flying, Iron Dragon City Lord's body remained unharmed. Not even his skin was broken. Iron Dragon City Lord's internal organs were unimaginably strong. At least Dongbo Shuang could not injure him. Dongbo Shuang felt that he could not injure the other party. But Iron Dragon City Lord felt aggrieved and pained. His soul was being pulled by the huge world. He had to resist at all times. Only with his remaining mental strength could he fight. The white-robed man's moves were profound. Damn it, if I could use 100% of my strength, I would be able to break all of his moves. But now, why do I feel that my body is so heavy? It is so difficult to use them. His body was like a heavy mountain, it was too clumsy. Until now, he had not managed to land a single hit on Dongbo Shuang. I am being toyed with. Even with the help of the formation, I am still being toyed with. Iron Dragon City Lord felt aggrieved and shocked. He was shocked at how terrifying the other party's soul techniques were. As for close combat, he did not take it seriously, because he seemed to be at a disadvantage, but that was because he was constantly being trampled like a target. In reality, his opponent could not even break through the most basic protective strength of his body. Iron Dragon City Master was known as the number 2 in terms of frontal attacks in the divine world. This was because of his terrifying fleshly body. Because his heart power was affected, his strength dropped drastically. But his physical body did not weaken in the slightest. As expected of the Iron Dragon City Master. I'm impressed. Dongbo Shuang smiled and suddenly retreated. With a wave of his hand, a black crack appeared beside him. Farewell. Dongbo Shuang took a step forward and disappeared into the black crack. Iron Dragon City Master felt that he had recovered to his peak state. He watched the black crack close up and mumbled to himself. Super long-distance teleportation? Such a terrifying soul technique. And an ultra-long-distance teleportation? Such an enemy was too terrifying. By relying on ultra-long-distance teleportation, he could directly descend upon his residence. With a single soul technique, he could easily envelop his residence. Other than him, no one else in his residence would be able to defend against it. Even I would have to expend a huge amount of heart power to defend against it. If only his soul technique was stronger, I would probably sink into that illusory world, right? Iron Dragon City Master shuddered. If his soul could not resist it and sank into oblivion, his heaven-defying fleshly body that he had cultivated for so many years would be useless. The soul is the foundation. Since when did such a terrifying soul expert appear in the divine world? If he improves, just by relying on his soul technique, he would be able to sweep away all the God Emperor. Iron Dragon City Master's heart trembled. Even now, the other party's strength was not any weaker than his. The Iron Dragon City Master looked at the dilapidated buildings around him. These were the courtyard walls that he had smashed earlier. With a wave of his hand, the eldest young master of the Iron Dragon Hall, Iron Dragon Yun Shan, appeared beside him. The black-robed Iron Dragon Yun Shan looked around. The surroundings were in ruins. Above them, there were spirit arrays surging. Clearly, the spirit arrays of the entire Iron Dragon Hall had been activated. "Father, have you captured him?" Iron Dragon Yun Shan asked. "Captured?" Iron Dragon City Master looked at him coldly. "Tell me, who is he? How did you get to know him? Tell me everything from start to end." Iron Dragon Yun Shan saw the cold gaze of his father. He could not help but feel his heart trembling. He obediently said, "It's like this. Yesterday, this God Emperor who calls himself Azure Cloud came to visit me. He wishes to buy that void lineage chaotic origin life-form corpse." Iron Dragon Yun Shan explained everything from start to end. He did not dare to hide anything. "I believe that in the Iron Dragon Hall, I would even dare to fight against a grand perfection God Emperor, much less with you around, father. He even foolishly passed the treasure to me. Naturally, I became greedy. And in the end, this is what happened." Iron Dragon Yun Shan finished. Iron Dragon City Master became speechless. The other party took the initiative to trade. Yet his son was greedy for the other party's treasure. "The foolish one is you." Iron Dragon City Master was so angry he could not speak. He could discern that this mysterious expert called Azure Cloud God Emperor had a good temper. He was not a selfish and ruthless person. If he was, he would not have traded with Iron Dragon City Master from the start. Instead, he would have killed him and snatched his treasure. "I am foolish. But father, where is he?" the Crown Prince asked. "I, your father, have almost died in his hands," Iron Dragon City Master coldly said. "Even after I used my full strength, I am still at a disadvantage." "Still at a disadvantage?" The Crown Prince was stunned. "He has executed an ultra-long distance teleportation and left," Iron Dragon City Master coldly said. "Such a frightening strength, such a frightening soul technique, and even an ultra-long distance teleportation. You actually offended such an expert. Even I admire you." "Father, I am wrong. I am wrong," the Crown Prince said. He felt helpless too. He thought he had calculated everything. Yet who would have thought that such a terrifying existence would appear? "Also, you better remember this. You must not divulge this matter to others," Iron Dragon City Master coldly said. "All information regarding this Azure Cloud God Emperor is forbidden from being divulged," the Crown Prince added. "Rest assured, father. I will absolutely not divulge this information. This time, my Iron Dragon Hall has suffered a huge loss. All my treasures have been taken away. How can such precious information be divulged?" Humph. I believe that not too long later, there will be experts from other organizations falling in the hands of this Azure Cloud God Emperor. Iron Dragon City Master glanced at himself. "Not only are your treasures gone, for the sake of your little life, I have to pay 100,000 chaotic origin crystal jades worth of treasures." Ah! The Crown Prince was stunned. What a huge loss. He felt heartache when he woke up and discovered that all his treasures were gone. Who would have thought that the other party would ruthlessly slaughter his father? If I knew this would happen, wouldn't it be fine if I obediently traded with him? The crown prince was filled with regret for a moment. You're already very lucky to be able to survive. If you had met someone who was more vicious and merciless, they would have long since killed you for bullying others like this. The Iron Dragon City Master said coldly. The crown prince nodded. That's right. The other party could even suppress his father. Naturally, he would not be afraid of their Iron Dragon City. Even though this battle represented the battle between two experts standing at the apex of this world, Iron Dragon City Master had kept it a secret. Actually, he had controlled the arrays to isolate the battle from others in the residence. Because the enemy could capture his son instantaneously, Iron Dragon City Master knew how frightening the enemy was. Not every battle of this level was suitable to be made public, especially when this Azure Cloud God Emperor could possibly be disguising his identity. Dong Wuxia returned to High Mountain City. This battle also made Dong Wuxia understand that even though he could fight against late-stage God Emperor with his middle-stage Tao of Void strength, he was relatively weaker in terms of offensive power. He had to rely on the profoundness of his techniques to fight against late-stage God Emperor. When he encountered a Grand Perfection God Emperor, even if the other party was greatly weakened, he could not injure the other party at all. Naturally, his Mirage and Illusory Realm third killing technique was also heaven-defying. It made Iron Dragon City Master so weak that he could easily play around with him. If my Mirage and Illusory Realm could improve further, in terms of strength, even a Grand Perfection God Emperor could not resist against it. Dong Wuxia thought. It should be sufficient to sweep across all those below the chaotic origin level. He was looking forward to reaching the final realm in his Mirage and Illusory Realm. I have to continue researching the Tao of Void too. Both Daos proceeded forward at the same time. This time, after obtaining the corpse of a Void lineage chaotic origin life form, Dong Wuxia was filled with anticipation towards the future. Time passed. Even though the three Grand Perfection God Emperors, Iron Dragon City Master, Cloud Phoenix City Master, and God Emperor Fire Phoenix, knew that an expert with an incredibly powerful soul technique had appeared in the Divine Realm, and they were looking forward to the next time this mysterious expert acted. But they were slightly disappointed because this mysterious expert had not acted for a long time. Dong Wuxia was not interested in fighting in this world. He was currently passionately researching that corpse of a Void lineage chaotic origin life form. Time passed. The blue sea turned into mulberry fields. It had been 300 billion years since then. A new generation of experts rose in this world. Of course, the Grand Perfection God Emperors who stood at the apex remained unchanged. Today is the first day. Chapter 1326. Deep within the great wilderness, there was a chain of mountains that had stood for billions of years. And at this moment, the entire mountain range was slightly trembling. This huge mountain range that spanned across 500,000 kilometers was trembling. Hong! The mountain range suddenly trembled. A dazzling light instantly engulfed the entire mountain range. The mountain range soundlessly turned into dust. Following that, these light rays converged, revealing a figure floating at the center. He was garbed in green. His aura was so grand that it caused the world to tremble. He was none other than Great Emperor North River, who had been in closed-door cultivation for a very long time. Ha 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 ha. North River guffawed. His laughter shook the world. He was delighted. I finally reached this stage. The eyes of Great Emperor North River were filled with excitement. In my hometown, this is known as the Grand Perfection Emperor Realm. It is also known as the Supreme Realm. Over here it is known as the Grand Perfection God Emperor. That's right, Grand Perfection. My fleshy body has theoretically reached the most perfect stage. My bloodline energy has also reached the pinnacle. It was indeed the pinnacle. If one wanted to achieve the ultimate awakening, one had to break through the pinnacle, jumping out of the cage, and becoming a chaotic origin life form. But clearly this was much harder than him, Great Emperor North River. breaking through from the late-stage God Emperor, Great Emperor realm, to the Grand Perfection God Emperor. Being able to reach the Grand Perfection God Emperor means that my goal in coming to this world has been achieved. North River calmed down. His aura was also gradually converging. Following that, his aura did not leak out at all. This was the Grand Perfection God Emperor. He had a half-chaotic origin life-form body. His control over his body had reached the pinnacle beneath chaotic origin. This world is no longer of any help to me. It is about time for me to head to other worlds. Great Emperor North River looked down at his wrist. There was a blood-colored imprint on it. I reckon the new world should be more interesting than this one. Yuan had arranged for 3 worlds. He believed the worlds would be more formidable the further he went. But before leaving, there is still one more person I have to deal with. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he spoils my plans during crucial moments. Great Emperor North River's eyes were cold. Yingshan Snow Eagle, since I'm leaving the Broken Tooth Mountain Range, you should leave too. How can I allow you to obstruct my path of cultivation? He could guess that since he could travel to the other 2 worlds, Snow Eagle should be able to do the same. Since that was the case, this world was not of much use to him. Hence, he would eliminate Yingshan Snow Eagle in this world. Let's take a look at the intelligence of Heaven's Will Pavilion. MN Yingshan Snow Eagle is quite low profile. He has been staying in that high mountain city ever since he came to this world. Great Emperor North River sneered. He had already paid the deposit. Everything related to Fei Shui God Emperor would be relayed to him by the Heaven's Will Pavilion. Since he has always been in the high mountain city, then I should properly prepare myself. It is fine if I don't act, but since I do, I must kill him directly. Great Emperor North River pondered. Even though I have reached the Grand Perfection realm of God Emperor, it is still insufficient to kill him. Judging from the information, this Yingshan Snow Eagle's Tao of Void Strength was at the middle stage of God Emperor. Being a cultivator of the laws and profound mysteries, his strength could match against late-stage God Emperor, Great Emperor. In addition to his terrifying soul technique, he could fight against God Emperor at the Grand Perfection realm. I have to find some helpers. Great Emperor North River immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the horizon. He had no choice. Great Emperor North River had to fly slowly in this world. When Great Emperor North River was weak, he had once wandered to the realm Heart Great Land and climbed up step by step. He was also the fastest Great Emperor in the history of Broken Tooth Mountain Range. His techniques were naturally much more formidable. 20 billion years after he broke through to the Grand Perfection realm of God Emperor. South, a silvery white flying ship. This flying ship had 3 pairs of bizarre wings attached to it. It was currently flying at a frightening speed amidst the clouds. On the flying ship, there were 3 experts seated down. They were drinking wine and discussing. Of these 3, one was naturally the green-robed Great Emperor North River. The other was a single-horned male with a crimson skin membrane covering his body. Both of his eyes were blood red. Even though his aura was concealed, his gaze was sufficient to make most God Emperors tremble in fear. The final one was a green-robed, green-browed old man. If experts from the outside world saw these 3, they would definitely be stunned. Because this single-horned male with a crimson skin membrane was ranked 9th on the God Emperor list, Shadowlord. His devil might was impressive. To a certain extent, the degree of threat he posed was beyond that of Iron Dragon City Master, who was ranked 7th on the God Emperor list. Because Shadowlord's flying speed was ranked 2nd in the Divine Realm. Such a frightening flying speed was sufficient for him to move unhindered in all directions. That green-robed, green-browed old man was ranked 15th on the God Emperor list, Wise Wizard City Master. God Emperor had a Grand Perfection combat strength of over 30. For him to be ranked 15th, it showed how strong Wise Wizard City Master was. Devil Shadow. Is this person who calls himself North River qualified to work together with the 2 of us? The green-robed, green-browed old man glanced at Great Emperor North River. Ha ha. Shadowlord's laughter was ear-piercing. He swept his gaze across Great Emperor North River and said with a grin, "Wise Wizard, if you don't believe me, you can try it yourself." But don't blame me if you suffer a loss by then. Suffer a loss? Wise Wizard City Master was startled. I've fought with Brother North River before. His strength isn't any weaker than mine, Shadow Lord said. Wise Wizard City Master nodded slightly when he heard that. Remember your promise. Rest assured. Great Emperor North River nodded. Once you kill that Feishua God Emperor, all his treasures will belong to you. If it isn't worth 100,000 chaotic origin crystal jades, I'll make up for it. All right. Wise Wizard City Master nodded. Rest assured. For Brother North River to be so cautious, the three of us working together should have quite a lot of treasures. By then they will all belong to you. Shadow Lord grinned. As for him, he had already gotten what he wanted from Great Emperor North River. Of course, he had only given half of it to Great Emperor North River. He would only get the other half when he succeeded. It doesn't matter who he is. With the three of us working together, it is possible for us to kill a Grand Perfection God Emperor. Wise Wizard City Master was confident. 3 Grand Perfection God Emperor working together. Their rankings were relatively higher. More importantly, Great Emperor North River chose these 2 because they could coordinate perfectly with him. When 3 God Emperor Grand Perfection experts worked together, their strength would stack together. That was comparable to 7 or 8 God Emperor Grand Perfection experts who did not coordinate well. I must succeed in one fell swoop. Ying Shan Snow Eagle, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for affecting my path of cultivation. The killing intent in the heart of Great Emperor North River was rising. He did not wish to have 3 consecutive worlds affected by Dongbu Shuang. He was clear that as long as there was a chance, Dongbu Shuang would not hesitate to kill him. Since that was the case, he had to eliminate this calamity first. High Mountain City. Ever since Dongbu Shuang settled here, this peaceful city became even more stable. Ever since the master of the Demon Heart Society fell, there were no longer any huge disturbances. After all, an expert with the strength of a late-stage God Emperor was sufficient to deter others. Hoof, the wind blew, causing the branches to fly. Teacher, this is a fine wine that my clan's caravan has just collected from other cities. This is my favorite. Teacher, you should have a taste too. Nobike's Kiyoshi took the initiative to pour the wine. She looked at Dongbu Shuang with anticipation. Dongbu Shuang picked up the wine cup and tasted it. He felt a quivering sensation in his head. What wine is this? Dongbu Shuang blinked. Isn't it refreshing? Nobike's Kiyoshi's eyes were emitting light. She said, first it feels as if ice water has been poured on my head. Following that, my entire body feels floating. Even my soul is floating. The taste is extraordinary, right? This wine can only be drunk by god monarchs. Those with weaker bodies might not be able to withstand it even after drinking it. I like it the most. Like. Dongbu Shuang smacked his lips. His fleshy body was much stronger than this female disciple of his. Even after drinking this wine, he only felt his mind being stimulated. As for the so-called floating feeling, was it because his soul was floating? Given how strong Dongbu Shuang's soul was, it was too difficult to make his soul float. Chapter 13:27. You don't like it? Nobike's Kiyoshi was slightly disappointed. It is quite tasty. It's just that it doesn't suit my taste. Dongbu Shuang chuckled as he placed down his wine cup. Oh. Nobike's Kiyoshi flipped her hand and brought out another flask of wine. I still have more. Teacher, try this too. Many flasks of fine wine that the female disciple had diligently collected for her teacher. In the end, Dongbu Shuang gladly accepted 3 types of wine. Nobike's Kiyoshi happily sent over a huge pile of wine, because she had prepared plenty of each type. Let's not talk about fine wine. How is your cultivation? Why are you still at the peak stage God Monarch realm? What problem have you encountered that prevented you from breaking through? Dongbu Shuang asked. Nobike's Kiyoshi felt slightly awkward. That time after Dongbu Shuang returned from Iron Dragon City, he had bestowed that dried realm leaf to his female disciple. This dried realm leaf was a treasure that could aid bloodline cultivators. It was extremely amazing. Even the Crown Prince of Iron Dragon Hall deliberately asked for it, so that he could prepare it for his children. After Dongbo Shuang gave it to his female disciple, her cultivation speed naturally soared. In addition, Dongbo Shuang would frequently reward his female disciple with other treasures. After all, he had killed that Crane Pit God Emperor and 3 God Emperors under Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master. He had also plundered all the treasures of that Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master, the Crown Prince of Iron Dragon Hall, and even Iron Dragon City Master had to hand over a treasure worth 100,000 chaotic origin crystal jades. Actually, most of those treasures were useless to him due to the laws and profound mysteries of cultivation. The few top-notch treasures were mostly useful to late-stage God Emperors, or even Grand Perfection God Emperors. Hence, he naturally did not give them to his female disciple. His female disciple was ultimately a God Monarch, and those treasures were too exaggerated. He was worried that it would bring about a calamity. The dried realm leaf was considered the most precious treasure he had given her. As for the other scattered treasures, none of them were expensive. But there were so many of them that they were worth more than 10,000 chaotic origin crystal jades. Many of them were treasures used by the Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master to assist in his cultivation. "I feel like I'm close to breaking through," said Nobike's Kiyoshi. After I came out of seclusion this time. How come I heard that your elder brother, Minamoto no Raiki, has broken through to the mid-stage God Emperor? Dongbo Shuang asked. You gave some treasures to your elder brother? Minamoto no Raiki from the Makaz clan was indeed very talented. Before the arrival of Dongbo Shuang, Minamoto no Raiki was the strongest peak God Monarch. After becoming an early God Emperor, his strength was enough to suppress his father, Yufeng Junshan. This time, when Dongbo Shuang came out of seclusion, he received news that Minamoto no Raiki had broken through to the middle stage of God Emperor. No. Nobike's Kiyoshi was so frightened that she hurriedly said, "Teacher, look, the treasures are still with me." Saying that, a storage wristband appeared on her wrist. Dongbo Shuang swept it with his gaze. He easily sent his consciousness into the storage wristband. The dried realm leaf was still there. Most of the other treasures were still there. Treasures are meant to be used. If you don't use them, how are you going to break through? Dongbo Shuang frowned. In the next 100 million years, you have to use 10% of these treasures. Break through to the early stage of God Emperor as soon as possible. Early stage of God Emperor. To the natives of the divine realm who cultivated their bloodlines, as long as they had sufficient treasures, as long as they had a decent comprehension ability, they could still be nurtured to this level. Like Iron Dragon City Master, he had nurtured all his children to the God Emperor level. Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Master, who didn't like to cultivate and loved to enjoy life, was also nurtured to the middle stage of God Emperor. Yes. Nobike's Kiyoshi obediently replied. She secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She had indeed given some treasures that had miraculous effects on her brother, Minamoto no Raiki, to him. After her brother used them, in addition to the accumulation of nearly 300 billion years of cultivation, he felt that he had a chance of breaking through to the middle stage of God Emperor. When her brother was in closed-door cultivation, Nobike's Kiyoshi had even temporarily lent him the dried realm leaf. Their sibling relationship had been formed over a long period of time. She trusted her brother very much. Her brother, Minamoto no Raiki, had indeed broken through to the middle stage of God Emperor. After breaking through, he returned the dried realm leaf to his sister. This was because treasures like the dried realm leaf were very helpful to the weak. The stronger one was, the less helpful it would be. Usually, when one reached the middle stage of God Emperor, the help it provided would be negligible. When Kiyoshi breaks through to the God Emperor level, I'll be able to leave this world. Dongbo Shuang thought. He had obtained the corpse of a void lineage chaotic origin life form. Hence, this world was no longer attractive to him. At most, before he left, he would go and spar with the #1 expert in the divine realm, Cloud Phoenix City Master. Furthermore, he would think of ways to trade for the cultivation scriptures of that ascendant who was the strongest in the Tao of Void. Once everything was settled, he could leave. In this world, the only thing Dongbo Shuang cared about was this female disciple of his. After all, she was his disciple. Hence, he had to arrange everything properly. He had also guessed that this female disciple should have given some treasures to her brother, Minamoto no Reiki. Because of the treasures he gave her, there were some that were very useful to the early stage of God Emperor. That's good too. It's beneficial for her if her brother is stronger, Dongbo Shuang thought. Just as Dongbo Shuang was drinking and asking about the cultivation situation of his female disciple, suddenly, Wang, the entire land of High Mountain City rippled like a wave. For a moment, the entire High Mountain City was filled with rumbling sounds. Some constructed structures even collapsed. What is happening? This ripple. High Mountain City was in an uproar. Many natives of the divine realm looked up at the sky. That terrifying ripple had caused the entire world within High Mountain City to tremble. It felt like everything within High Mountain City would be destroyed at any moment. Amen. Dongbo Shuang frowned. He immediately stood up. Teacher, what is happening outside? Nobike's Kiyoshi was slightly panicking too. Don't worry, Dongbo Shuang said before bringing his disciple out of the house. They stood by the corridor looking into the distant sky. With a glance, they saw a figure currently emitting a blood-colored aura. Seeing this, Dongbo Ying's expression changed slightly. It's him? The 9th on the God Emperor ranking list, Shadow Lord? Why did he come to High Mountain City? Dongbo Shuang was both startled and puzzled. Being an outsider who came to this world, he could count on his fingers the number of people he had enmity with. This Shadow Lord should not have any relationship with him. Then, why did Shadow Lord come to High Mountain City? And clearly he did not come with good intentions. At this moment, Shadow Lord stood above High Mountain City. He was emitting an unseen aura that caused the entire world to tremble. Beneath him, the entire High Mountain City was trembling. Many buildings in the city collapsed one after another. Some of the buildings that were stabilized by arrays were still able to resist. Many natives of the divine realm paled because that aura brought about a suppression that made them feel terrified. God Emperor Grand Perfection. This represented the strongest life form in the divine realm. With a single thought, they could turn a region of 500,000 kilometers into ruins. How could the natives of High Mountain City not feel terrified? It's Shadow Lord. Shadow Lord. That enormous blood-colored cape, crimson skin covering his entire body, and that single horn that seemed like it could pierce through the firmament. Those blood-colored eyes were looking downwards. The image of Shadow Lord was unique amongst all God Emperor Grand Perfection existences. Many experts in High Mountain City recognized the identity of this person. Because they recognized him, that was why they felt uneasy. The 9th on the God Emperor ranking list? An expert at this level had never come to High Mountain City in history. Why did he come to High Mountain City? Xing Luzhu, from Heaven's Will Pavilion in High Mountain City, felt uneasy. He immediately reported upwards. So, 2 figures flew out from the residence of the Macaws clan. They were none other than the incarnations of Yufeng Junshan and Minamoto no Reiki. The 2 of them felt uneasy because Shadow Lord's reputation had frightened them. They did not dare to meet him with their true bodies. They were afraid that Shadow Lord would destroy their true bodies with a flip of his hand. Shadow Lord coming to my High Mountain City is an honor for my High Mountain City. Yufeng Junshan respectfully bowed. This one is the city master of High Mountain City. I wonder why Shadow Lord has come to my High Mountain City. But as long as you have any orders for my Macaws clan, my Macaws clan will definitely do our best. Of course there is a reason why I am here. The edge of Shadow Lord's lips curled upwards. He swept his gaze across the entire High Mountain City before landing on that white-robed young man, who stood side by side with Nobike's Kiyoshi within Feishua residence. At this moment, the entire High Mountain City fell into silence. Even those infants did not dare to cry under this soul suppression. Many natives of the divine realm were looking up at that Shadow Lord, who was emitting a blood aura. Feishua God Emperor, hurry up and come out to die, Shadow Lord said. His voice rumbled like thunder, reverberating across every single part of the city. Some of the weaker natives of the divine realm could not help but cover their ears before falling to the ground. Blood even started flowing out from many of their ears. Feishua God Emperor? Yufeng Junshan and Minamoto no Reiki, who were still respectfully listening to his orders, had a change in expression. There were still 2 more chapters. Everyone could read them tomorrow morning. Chapter 1328. Calamity. Who did not know that his Makaz clan was tied together with Feishua God Emperor? In the past, Feishua God Emperor stood out and helped his Makaz clan eliminate the great enemies of the Demon Heart Society. Furthermore, the third lady of the Makaz clan, Nobike's Kiyoshi, had even become a disciple of Feishua God Emperor. Feishua God Emperor had always been living in seclusion in the high mountain city. It was likely that the various organizations in the Divine Realm would treat the Makaz clan and Feishua God Emperor as one. Will this implicate our Makaz clan? Yufeng Junshan and Minamoto no Reiki felt uneasy. Shadowlord actually came to the high mountain city just to deal against Feishua God Emperor? Asking Feishua God Emperor to die? Many experts within the high mountain city held their breaths. And Shadowlord remained looking downwards at the white-robed young man standing in the corridor within the Feishua residence. Teacher, what is going on? Why is he? Nobike's Kiyoshi panicked. What should we do? Should we think of ways to escape? Over the years, she could feel that her teacher treated her really well. He had given her so many treasures. She had even treated her teacher as her closest relative. And now, the enemy was a grand perfection expert, God Emperor. He was ranked 9th on the God Emperor list. That was a terrifying existence who stood at the apex of the entire divine realm. How could Nobike's Kiyoshi not be afraid? She was afraid. Afraid that her teacher would die. Kiyoshi, don't be afraid. Dombo Shuang laughed as he turned and stared at the Shadowlord. With a single step, his silhouette transformed into an afterimage. Now that his cultivation base was higher, he had also perfected the Void Devil Insect movement technique. With a single step, a series of afterimages were left behind. In the blink of an eye, Dombo Shuang had already arrived in the air, facing the Shadowlord. Shadowlord? Dombo Shuang asked in bewilderment. I've heard of your fame before. It's just that I have always been cultivating within the high mountain city, and isn't willing to participate in the many battles in the divine realm. Before this, I have never met you, Shadowlord. I wonder why Shadowlord came to the high mountain city and wants to kill me? Still pretending? I've already investigated the death of my disciple, Chu Chun. He died in your hands. The pair of blood-colored eyes of Shadowlord were filled with killing intent. Even at this moment, you still wish to act as if you don't know. Your disciple, Chu Chen? Dombo Shuang was startled. Shadowlord was an awe-inspiring devil. Being a great devil, he had even established a religion. He had a total of 103 personal disciples. Furthermore, Shadowlord had strict requirements towards his disciples. To Shadowlord, if his disciples died while adventuring outside, it represented that the disciple was not strong enough. He did not care about it at all. More than half of his disciples had died until now, so why would he suddenly kill his way here just for a single disciple? Is there a mistake? Dombo Shuang frowned and said, There's no mistake. The murderer is you. Feishua God Emperor. You dare to kill my disciple, Chu Chun, yet you don't have the guts to admit it? Shadowlord's killing intent became denser. He carefully stared at Dombo Shuang, as if he was prepared to act at any moment. Dombo Shuang sighed inwardly. He did not act. Furthermore, with his current realm, it was impossible for the other party to trace him through karma. In addition, Shadowlord had never cared about the life and death of his disciple in the past. Yet this time, he cared so much and even fell on Shui Ying's head. Everything indicated that the other party was doing this intentionally. Shadowlord, since you want to act, then don't talk nonsense. Just act. Dombo Shuang coldly said. Finding a senseless reason will only make me look down on you. Shadowlord was stunned. He grinned and laughed. Haha, interesting. Then less nonsense. Dombo Shuang extended his hand. A black spear appeared in his hand. Hong. Grabbing the spear with both hands, he hacked it out furiously. What? They are fighting just like that? Fei Xue God Emperor is even taking the initiative to attack. Many spectators across the entire high mountain city were startled. In their opinion, God Emperor was a grand perfection expert, Shadow Lord. Encountering such an expert, they had to do their best to explain, and even offer up treasures to see if they could resolve this matter. Even if they could not resolve it, they had to think of ways to escape. Who would directly attack a grand perfection expert like God Emperor, just after exchanging a few sentences? Wang. An array appeared above the entire high mountain city. It completely protected the entire city. And Dongbo Shuiying and Shadow Lord were both above the city. Controlling the array, Minamoto no Reiki and Yufeng Junshan exchanged glances. I thought that hugging this thigh of the Fei Xue God Emperor would allow my Macaw's clan to obtain many benefits. During these years, we have indeed benefited from it. Even you, Lair, have relied on the treasures Fei Xue God Emperor gave to Kiyoshi to reach the middle stage God Emperor realm. Yufeng Junshan shook his head. Who would have thought that such a calamity would come just like that? For some unknown reason, Shadow Lord wants to kill Fei Xue God Emperor. If he were to vent his anger on my Macaw's clan would not be able to retaliate at all. Just one move. The entire high mountain city would most likely turn into powder. Under such a large-scale technique, only middle-stage God Emperor Minamoto no Reiki could barely survive. By then, with another move from Shadow Lord, Minamoto no Reiki would undoubtedly die. Fei Xue God Emperor has always been in the high mountain city. He should not have any enmity with Shadow Lord. Minamoto no Reiki said worriedly. Who knows? Who knows? He might have enmity with Shadow Lord before coming to the high mountain city. Yufeng Junshan felt uneasy. They felt that Fei Xue God Emperor had always been hiding his strength. Before coming to the high mountain city, Fei Xue God Emperor should already possess such terrifying strength. Otherwise, how could he improve so quickly? He was just an early stage God Monarch at the start. Yet he suppressed the peak stage God Monarch Bat Mountain Master a few days after coming to the high mountain city. And 8 million years later he could even kill the master of the Demon Heart Society? In their opinion, he should have been hiding his strength previously. In reality, the reason why he improved so quickly was because Dongbo Shuiying was recovering his strength rapidly after obtaining the cultivation scripture. 9th on the God Emperor ranking list. Yufeng Junshan turned pale. He did not have any confidence in Fei Xue God Emperor at all. Hong. Both parties fought at an incredibly fast speed. Dongbo Shuiying even controlled the void to obstruct the shockwaves from the battle, preventing them from impacting the high mountain city below. Even though the high mountain city was currently maintaining its arrays, the protective arrays could not withstand the shockwaves from the battle between Shadow Lord. The disturbance from the battle was too huge. It was impossible for those below to see it clearly. Yufeng Junshan, Minamoto no Reiki, Xing Luzhu, Bat Mountain Master, and others looked upwards nervously. They could only see all sorts of shockwaves from the battle. A huge piece of space floated in midair like an enormous ice block. Within this ice block was suppressing that Shadow Lord. The entire ice block was still trying its best to make it thinner. Shadow Lord abruptly stomped with his right leg. His right leg became thicker by a size. After stomping down, the entire ice block trembled and rapidly collapsed. Xiao. Dongbo Shuiying came up once again. He sent out consecutive spear shadows. Every spear shadow formed a black void maelstrom. This void maelstrom engulfed Shadow Lord. At the center of the maelstrom, everything was being torn apart. It was a piece of darkness. In an instant, several hundred black void maelstrom appeared in midair. They were revolving around one another, forming an even bigger maelstrom that was continuously shredding Shadow Lord. Shadow Lord could not display his terrifying speed within this maelstrom, especially when many maelstrom fused together to form an even bigger maelstrom. The crimson skin membrane on his body was being shredded apart, revealing the red muscles within. Even though his muscles were tough, they were still torn apart. Droplets of fresh blood drifted into the black void maelstrom before being shredded into nothingness. I can see it clearly. Ever since the enormous ice block was suppressing Shadow Lord, Many experts within High Mountain City could finally see the battle happening above. When the several hundred black void maelstrom engulfed Shadowlord, they were all stunned. What, Shadowlord is injured? This. Shadowlord is actually injured? Seeing fresh blood dripping down, the experts within High Mountain City were stunned. Yufeng Junshan and Minamoto no Raiki, who did not have confidence in Dongbo Shuiying, were stunned too. What? Feishu, a god emperor, could actually fight against Shadowlord without being disadvantaged? This was a grand perfection god emperor. He was ranked 9th in the entire god emperor ranking list. Chapter 1329. Xing Luzhu from High Mountain City's Heavens Will Pavilion was currently watching the battle anxiously. He held onto a book and was recording the scenes of the battle. He muttered to himself in shock. No wonder Feishu, a god emperor, did not beg for mercy or offer any treasures to resolve the situation. Instead, he acted so quickly. So his strength is not any weaker than Shadowlord. A battle between two grand perfection god emperor experts. Xing Yi, am actually qualified to record a battle between two grand perfection god emperor experts? Xing Luzhu felt that everything was a dream. He was merely the manager of a Heavens Will pavilion located in a remote little city like High Mountain City. He was considered the lowest-ranked Heavens Will pavilion master in the entire Heavens Will clan. But reality was that he was currently recording a battle at this level. Grand Perfection God Emperor? That damnable Tai Ching Lu. Bat Mountain Master looked at that terrifying battle in the sky. That terrifying black void maelstrom was frantically engulfing Shadowlord. Just a single remnant shockwave could easily kill him. Bat Mountain Master. That time he, Bat Mountain, actually dared to send 3 god monarchs to ambush him? Fortunately, Sir Feishu, a god emperor, is magnanimous. Bat Mountain Master thought. But he did not know. That time, when Dongbo Shuiying came, he had yet to recover his strength. If he wanted to attack Bat Mountain, he would have to use his soul technique. And being a guest from another world, Dongbo Shuiying was not willing to reveal his soul technique. If it was his current strength, Dongbo Shuiying could easily eliminate Bat Mountain Master with a flip of his hand. It was just that he did not eliminate the other party in the past. After which, Bat Mountain Master repeatedly apologized to him. He had been currying favor with the Feishu residents for many years. Hence, Dongbo Shuiying would naturally not pursue the matter. Even though he was injured, Shadowlord did not care about it. This was just a superficial wound, and the consumption of his life force was negligible. He is a late-stage ascendant of God Emperor? It's obvious that his moves aren't strong enough, but they're strange and unpredictable, and very hard to deal with. Shadowlord's expression changed slightly. No wonder North River asked me and Wuxia to act together. Previously, Dongbo Shuiying couldn't hurt him at all. Finally, it was the Dark Void Vortex. It took hundreds of spears to form numerous Dark Void Vortexes, stacking on top of each other, to injure Shadowlord. I'm not playing with him anymore. Shadowlord's eyes turned cold. Roar. Shadowlord opened his mouth. A terrifying ear-piercing screech suddenly burst out, forming a visible wave that instantly broke through the dark void vortex in front of it, and rushed all the way to Dongbo Shuiying. Dongbo Shuiying was struck by the piercing sound. Even though he hurriedly executed his spear arts to defend against it, the formless shockwaves still rippled through his body. Even though his physical body had already reached the level of God Emperor late stage, he still felt his entire body going numb, and his mind was still assaulted. However, his soul was strong, and he was able to resist against such attacks. Shadowlord is finally using his killer move? Dongbo Shuiying thought. Heavens Will Pavilion's intelligence had long recorded that Shadowlord had 3 killer moves that could be ranked 9th on the God Emperor board. Shadowlord's back suddenly swelled up as a pair of skeletal wings appeared. There was even a dark red membrane on the wings. As the wings flapped, Shadowlord's speed suddenly increased explosively. 9 phantoms pounced over. Dongbo Shuiying knew that Shadowlord's speed was extremely fast, and he could appear within any of the phantoms. This wasn't teleportation, or the innate sacred art of ancient cultivators. It was pure speed. His speed was almost 2 times faster than his Void Devil insect movement technique. 2 times, the difference was already so huge that it was ridiculous. This was normal too. Shadowlord was known as the second fastest person in the divine world. Even Cloud Phoenix City Mistress and several other Great Circle God Emperor experts couldn't compare to him. Chi. Shadowlord's original pair of meaty hands had already transformed into giant claws. The dark red membrane on the claws had completely crystallized. This pair of claws was his most terrifying weapon. Shadowlord would occasionally open his mouth and release sharp screams. The continuous screams affected Dongbua Shuiying. His terrifying speed revolved around Dongbua Shuiying. Every single claw would force Dongbua Shuiying to use his spear to defend. His techniques are clearly stronger than mine, but his execution is still too crude. I am completely able to defend against them. Dongbua Shuiying might be at a disadvantage, but his defense was still watertight. Although Great Circle God Emperor experts were also pursuing the profoundness of their techniques, no matter how much they pursued it, they ultimately cultivated the Tao of Bloodline. Competing in profoundness? How could they compare with Dongbua Shuiying and the others who were comprehending the laws? Ascendants were also comprehending the Tao. They did not have any bloodline energy and could only comprehend their own Tao. I can't deal with him. North River, Wise Wizard Act. Shadowlord transmitted to his 2 companions. Great Emperor North River and Wise Wizard City Master. These 2 Great Circle God Emperor experts had long arrived at High Mountain City in the dark. The 2 of them had completely concealed their aura. They were merely disguising themselves as early-stage God Monarchs. Reaching the level of Great Circle God Emperor, what was the point of searching for karma? It was useless. Searching for aura? It was impossible to do so. A late-stage ascendant of God Emperor. Brother North River, no wonder you want the 3 of us to work together. The edge of Wise Wizard City Master's mouth revealed a grin. But with just this bit of strength, it is possible for the 3 of us to kill him. Amen. Great Emperor North River nodded. Nonetheless, he felt something amiss in his heart. Because looking at the battle between Shadowlord and Dongbua Shuiying in the sky, Great Emperor North River could clearly see that Dongbua Shuiying was merely using a Tao of Void technique. Just the Tao of Void alone has allowed him to reach the late stage of God Emperor? He could even fight against a Great Circle Grand Perfection bloodline cultivator like God Emperor? Great Emperor North River thought. If he were to use another soul technique, the 3 of us would most likely be slightly affected. Fortunately, back then, only the weakest of the divine champions would fall prey to his soul attacks. Some of the stronger god generals could resist against it. Great Emperor North River thought. Currently, I have reached the Grand Perfection God Emperor. His soul technique should only be able to affect 20 to 30% of our strength. The 3 of us should work together. Even though we would be slightly weakened, we can still complement each other. Great Emperor North River thought. These were the helpers he chose with great effort. If he randomly chose 2 God Emperor Grand Perfection bloodline cultivators, they might not be able to provide much help to each other. But when the 3 of them worked together, the effect would be different. Even if it is 20 to 30% weaker, the 3 of us should still have some hope of killing him. Great Emperor North River thought. Great Emperor North River and Wise Wizard City Master exchanged glances. Move! Hong! Hong! 2 figures were like lightning. They rushed into the sky and pierced through the protective array of High Mountain City, like soap bubbles. The aura emitted by these 2 figures was abnormally terrifying. One of the green-robed, green-browed old man roared. His body transformed into a fog dragon with the head of a dragon. This fog dragon immediately charged at Dongbua Shuiying. Large amounts of green fog rapidly wrapped around Dongbua Shuiying, causing Dongbua Shuiying's expression to change. It was futile even if he executed his spear technique to defend against it. That fog could not be defended against at all. It rapidly engulfed him. Layers upon layers of fog enveloped Dongbua Shuiying, causing his speed and strength to be greatly affected. Selah! The green-robed man brandished his sword. The sword light seemed to be able to split the world apart. A water-like sword light cut through everything. It also reached where Dongbua Shuiying was. That fog which was originally surrounding Dongbua Shueying naturally split apart, allowing the sword light to penetrate through without any obstruction. North River. Dongbua Shueying looked at that green-robed man. The other party had unleashed his strength at the Grand Perfection God Emperor realm. Dongbua Shueying naturally recognized him with a glance. This green-robed man was none other than Great Emperor North River, who came from the same place as him. The experts in High Mountain City were originally shocked by the strength of Feishue God Emperor. Even Nobike's Kiyoshi revealed a look of joy. She felt that her teacher could at least survive. The experts from all sides were stunned. Looking at those two figures that easily broke through the protective arrays of the city, they felt similarly horrifying. That aura was at the same level as Shadow Lord. Those 9 figures. That was a fog poison dragon. That was a sword light that could split the world apart. Three Grand Perfection God Emperor Realm experts? Everyone was stunned. Xing Luzhu from Heaven's Will Pavilion, who was responsible for recording the battle, felt his throat turning dry. 3 Grand Perfection God Emperor experts attacking a single expert? This was rarely seen in the entire history of the Divine Realm. Every single one of them could shake the entire Divine Realm. Xing Luzhu instinctively reported upwards. 3 Grand Perfection God Emperor experts are attacking Feishue God Emperor at the High Mountain City right now. This news rapidly spread to the headquarters of Heaven's Will Pavilion. And almost all the apex experts in the Divine Realm had set up intelligence reports with the Heaven's Will Pavilion. As long as the information reached a certain level, it would be immediately transmitted to these experts. And 3 Grand Perfection God Emperor experts were attacking a single expert? This information had to be reported at the first instance. This news rapidly spread. It spread to various superpowers in the Divine Realm. Chapter 1330. Not good. Feishue God Emperor is in danger. Minamoto no Reiki and Yufeng Junshan, the 2 God Emperor level experts, were able to discern the current situation with a single glance. Wise Wizard City Master has transformed into a mist venom dragon, weakening Senior Feishue's strength. Shadow Lord is extremely fast, and it is already hard for Senior Feishue to defend against him. And now, the other green-robed man, who is also a God Emperor Grand Perfection expert, has unleashed a sword that is even more terrifying. If he were to fully defend against this sword, he would not be able to defend against Shadow Lord. Minamoto no Reiki anxiously said. If he were to defend against Shadow Lord, he would not be able to divert his attention to defend against that sword. Yufeng Junshan was anxious too, because the moment Feishue God Emperor died, their Macaws clan would not have a good ending. Even though Feishue God Emperor currently displayed a combat power comparable to a God Emperor Grand Perfection expert, facing against 3 God Emperor Grand Perfection experts, he was in dire straits. Even Yufeng Junshan and Minamoto no Reiki could not think of any way this Feishue God Emperor could escape. When Dongbua Shueying saw that water-like sword light that cut through the world and that green-robed man, he no longer had any doubts. It is indeed you, Great Emperor North River. No wonder Shadow Lord found a reason to deal against me. Dongbua Shueying thought. He is truly cautious. He has already broken through to the Grand Perfection God Emperor level. Yet he still thought of ways to invite Shadow Lord and Wise Wizard City Master, 2 great Grand Perfection God Emperor experts, to act together in an attempt to kill me. Fortunately, my strength is no longer the same as when I was in the Realm Heart Great Land. Dongbua Shueying did not care about the current predicament of being surrounded by 3 Grand Perfection God Emperor experts. I still have to use it. Boom. Dongbua Shueying's eyes turned cold. And at this moment, Great Emperor North River, Wise Wizard City Master, and Shadow Lord, who were currently cooperating against Dongbua Shueying, felt a huge illusory realm appearing at the same time. Furthermore, it was pulling at their souls. Moreover, this illusory world had layers upon layers of impacts, like waves continuously attacking their souls. Earlier, when dealing with Hedong God Emperor, Cloud Flow Little Pavilion Lord, Iron Dragon Manor's first young master, Iron Dragon City Lord, and others, he had used the Mirage and Illusion Realm Killer move. But that was to hide one's identity. No one knew who he was. And at this moment, Dongbo Shuang understood that he would no longer have peaceful days in High Mountain City. The news of him being able to execute a terrifying soul technique would most likely spread across the entire divine realm. The Iron Dragon City Master, the Wind Cloud City Master, and the others must have been searching for him for a long time. So what if I am exposed? Given my strength, if the 3 chaotic origin ancestral gods don't appear, I am not afraid of anyone. As for the chaotic origin ancestral gods, they are ultimately chaotic origin experts who have jumped out of the cage. They even created this huge world. With such an identity, they should not casually attack me, right? Dongbo Shuang thought. At this moment, Dongbo Shuang was filled with thoughts. As for the other 3 Grand Perfection God Emperor experts, they were truly filled with fear. Hong, 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 Shadow Lord, Wise Wizard City Master, and Great Emperor North River felt their souls being pulled by the terrifying illusory realm. All of them were panicking. They were doing their best to resist against it. The amount of heart force they could use in battle was very little. Furthermore, they could not perfectly control their fleshy bodies. Hence, the crudeness of their techniques rapidly increased, reducing their power greatly. How could this be? This is a soul technique? Shadow Lord was frightened silly. He even retreated at the first instance. He used his fastest speed to escape into the distance. Damnable North River, he actually did not mention that this Feishua God Emperor has such a terrifying soul technique. His soul technique is actually so powerful that I have to use 90% of my heart force to resist against it. North River, you are ruthless. Truly ruthless. You did not tell us such important information about the enemy. Very good, very good. Shadowlord fled while transmitting his voice. Clearly he was furious. If one said that Shadowlord was so frightened that he fled at the first instance. Even though that wise wizard city master was incomparably shocked and furious, he did not panic because his mist poison dragon body was practically undying. Even Cloud Phoenix city master could not do anything to him. Almost my soul could not withstand it. If my soul could not withstand it, my body would have died too? For a moment, Wise Wizard City Master was furious. He directly transmitted a message to Great Emperor North River. North River, this Feishua God Emperor has such a terrifying soul technique, yet you did not tell us about it. This time, not only do you have to compensate us with 100,000 chaotic origin crystal jades, you have to compensate us as well. Hong, at the same time when Dongbo Shuang executed his soul technique, the spear in his hand struck out at the escaping Shadow Lord. Hua! Although the Spectre Sect Master was frantically escaping, no matter how fast he was escaping, how could he compare to the vastness of space? One could see an enormous void bubble appearing and directly enveloping Shadow Lord. The membrane of the void bubble stacked on top of one another. This was an imprisonment technique. Shadowlord was trapped within and immediately attacked with all his might. But this void bubble was constantly reducing the impact. At this moment, Shadowlord could only utilize 10% of his original strength. Even though his fleshy body was strong and he could still unleash 30% of his previous strength with just 10% of his current strength, it was only at the late-stage God Emperor level. He could not break apart the void bubble for a moment. North River. Dongbo Shuang was just casually executing a technique against Shadowlord. He turned into a blurred image and charged straight at Great Emperor North River. This was the target he wanted to kill. How could his soul technique be so powerful? Great Emperor North River was stunned. Even though Wise Wizard City Master and Shadowlord had transmitted a message to him, Great Emperor North River was too lazy to care about those two. What he was shocked and furious about was Dongbo Shuiying's soul technique. Back in the Broken Tooth Mountain Range, quite a few god generals could resist against it. Yet I actually need 80% of my heart force to barely resist against that illusory realm? Hong. Dongbo Shuiying charged over. At the same time, he sent out a furious chop with his spear. Hua. The surrounding space was like a huge block of ice, forming a whole block. Moreover, it was rapidly flattening. In almost an instant, it was pressed until it was as thin as a blade. Not good. I am only left with 30% to 40% of my strength. I am only comparable to the late-stage God Emperor. Great Emperor North River felt anxious. The God Emperor was in grand perfection. Even though they had excavated their bloodline energy to the limit and formed a half-chaotic origin lifeform body, the difference in strength was different. However, different bloodlines caused their strength to be different as well. For example, the Spectre Sect Master and the Iron Dragon City Master both had ridiculously powerful fleshly bodies. The Iron Dragon City Master's fleshly body was too powerful, and his frontal attacks were second only to the Cloud Phoenix City Master. Shadow Lord's fleshy body was too strong. His pure speed was second in the Divine Realm. This kind of fleshy body cultivator had a powerful fleshy body. Even if he did not have much heart force left, every move he made would still be powerful. Even if they stood there and allowed the enemy to attack them, the enemy would find it hard to injure them. Another example was Wise Wizard City Master. Wise Wizard City Master could transform into a mist poison dragon and had an undying body. In terms of restricting the enemy, he was ranked in the top 3 in the Divine Realm. But in other aspects like direct combat, he was weak. Everyone had their own advantages. And Great Emperor North River was most proficient in offense. His fleshy body was much weaker than Wise Wizard City Master and Iron Dragon City Master. He could only be considered ordinary amongst the Grand Perfection God Emperor. Pooh. The compressed space finally shattered. Great Emperor North River also spurted out blood. Many wounds appeared on his body, causing blood to spurt out. Ong. The high-speed Dongbo Shuang pierced out with his spear once again. The spearhead had yet to arrive. Instead, an unseen ripple rushed into the body of Great Emperor North River. Even though Great Emperor North River tried his best to defend, this move could not be blocked at all. It directly penetrated into his body. Layers of ripples began forming within his body. Finally, the ripples fused into one, causing Great Emperor North River to spurt out blood. Some of his internal organs were even spurting out. Not good. In terms of the profoundness of my techniques, I am much weaker than him by an entire level. Currently, the amount of heart force I can use is much less, and my techniques are much cruder. Great Emperor North River immediately understood this point. My fleshy body isn't as strong as Shadow Lord's. If we continue fighting like this Yingshan Snow Eagle should be able to kill me in just a dozen moves. A dozen moves. Given Dongbo Shuiying's level, his speed was extremely fast. For Great Emperor North River to reach his current stage, he was naturally decisive. Kill. Dongbo Shuiying rapidly sent out another spear. Go. Great Emperor North River did not hesitate to activate the blood imprint on his wrist. Wang. A blood bubble wrapped around Great Emperor North River. This stab of Dongbo Shuiying's spear seemed to have pierced through the void. That blood bubble did not even form a single ripple. Closely following that, with a schwa, the blood bubble brought along Great Emperor North River, disappearing from this divine realm without leaving behind any traces. He escaped? Dongbo Shuiying could not help but grit his teeth when he saw that. He knew that it was hard to kill North River, because he had a similar technique that could allow him to leave this world at any moment. My chaotic origin refinement body has only reached the late-stage God Emperor level. It is not strong enough. If I were to reach the grand perfection level of God Emperor, given the profoundness of my techniques, in addition to my soul technique, I should be able to kill Great Emperor North River in a single move. Dongbo Shuiying thought. Following that, he turned back, only to see Shadow Lord rushing out of the void bubble. He was currently frantically escaping into the distance. As for the Fog Venom Dragon, it was escaping in another direction. Today, one update. Star. Chapter 1331. Above the High Mountain City, Shadow Lord and Wise Wizard City Master, these two Grand Perfection God Emperor experts were currently fleeing in different directions. Wise Wizard City Master had transformed into a fog poison dragon. It could be said that he had an undying body. It's just that he was similarly wary of Dongbo Shuiying. This Feishua God Emperor is too frightening. If his soul technique was any stronger, I would have died. Hurry up and leave. The further the better. After all this time, They came to kill the Feishua God Emperor. Since they had formed such a huge enmity, it was natural for them to hide further away. So, Shadow Lord accelerated his speed to the limit. With my speed, it is impossible for this Feishua God Emperor to catch up to me. Amen. Not good. In just a short moment, Shadow Lord had already flown out of the walls of the high mountain city. He was flying towards the wilderness outside. But his expression changed abruptly. A black crack appeared in front of him, and a white-robed Dongbo Shuang came out from it. He blocked the path of Shadow Lord. You can't escape. Dongbo Shuang stared at him. Ultra-long distance teleportation? Shadow Lord paled with fright. There were only a few in the entire divine realm who could teleport through an ultra-long distance. This Feishua God Emperor could do it too? Shadow Lord was both furious and frightened. He turned around and was about to change his direction to escape. Hong! Dongbo Shuang was too lazy to take out his spear. He merely pressed down with his right hand, causing the void in front of him to be compressed like a piece of paper. Even though Shadow Lord's soul was constantly being pulled by the huge illusory realm, his fleshy body was strong enough to resist against the spatial suppression. Pung! This compressed space finally shattered. But Dongbo Shuang had also arrived in front of Shadow Lord. Stop! Shadow Lord shouted. Dongbo Shuang stopped. This time, we listened to Northriver's bewitchment and came here to kill the Feishua God Emperor. We were in the wrong. Shadow Lord said hurriedly. I am willing to make amends and resolve this matter. How about that? Shadow Lord was quite tall, and his skin was dark red. He wore a huge blood-colored cape, and his eyes were blood red. Shadow Lord was famous throughout the god world for being a tyrannical and ruthless person. But now he was bowing his head and apologizing. It was a rare sight in the god world. Apologize. Dongbo Shuang looked at Shadow Lord with a faint smile. Tell me your conditions. Dongbo Shuang was very clear about this. Shadow Lord was different from ordinary god emperor, who was at the grand perfection realm. His fleshy body was too strong, and his speed was too fast. Dongbo Shuang had to rely on large area techniques to restrain him, but large area techniques did not deal much damage to his body. Given how strong the fleshy body of Shadow Lord was, large area techniques could easily deal negligible damage to him. First, he would restrain him and get close to him. But Shadow Lord's speed was too fast. It was likely that he would pull apart the distance after exchanging a few moves. Dongbo Shuang would have to use large area techniques to restrain him again. Given how strong the fleshy body of this Shadow Lord is, I should have to use several hundred moves before I can kill him. Dongbo Shuang thought. Furthermore, his speed is too fast and slippery. It is impossible for me to attack continuously. It would most likely take the time taken to brew a cup of tea to kill Shadow Lord. And such a long time. Shadow Lord could not see any hope of survival. Under his rage, it was normal for him to bury the entire high mountain city with him. Others did not know of the personality of Dongbo Shuang. They would think that such an expert would be cold to the weak little ants. But in reality, Dongbo Shuang was not willing to see the entire high mountain city being massacred. Even though he could save people, he could only save his female disciples and a few others. It was impossible for him to save everyone in the city. Treasures worth 50,000 chaotic origin crystal jades. Shadow Lord slightly bowed. I'm willing to offer them up to resolve this matter. Sect Master, your life is only worth this little? Furthermore, you all previously wanted to take my life. Dongbo Shuang said. Treasures worth 100,000 chaotic origin crystal jades, and I'll forget about this matter. The eyes of Shadow Lord brightened slightly. He had long been waiting for this Feishua God Emperor to ask for a lion's ransom. These 100,000 chaotic origin crystal jades were completely within his acceptable range. He immediately replied, all right, I'll take the treasures worth 100,000 chaotic origin crystal jades. Also, Brother Wise Wizard also wishes to resolve the enmity between you and Feishua God Emperor. I wonder if that is possible? Wise Wizard City Master. Dongbo Shuang glanced at that mist-venomous dragon that flew out of the city. That mist-venomous dragon had already stopped. It floated far away and was looking over. He could not kill this Wise Wizard City Master temporarily. Yet Wise Wizard City Master still wished to resolve the enmity between them. Clearly, he had been beaten so badly that he was afraid. Wise Wizard City Master. He had not felt the threat of death for a long time. His mist-venomous dragon body was untouchable in the divine realm by all three chaotic origin ancestral gods. But at the place where Dongbo Ying was, Wise Wizard City Master could feel the aura of death. Because as long as Dongbo Ying's soul technique became slightly stronger, it would surpass the limits of Wise Wizard City Master's soul. Even if he could escape now, who knew if Dongbo Ying would improve a little more in the future, Dongbo Ying would kill him. The days of fear and unease were extremely painful. If he could resolve it, he would do his best. That's fine too. What can he pay? Dongbo Ying said. South, that distant mist-venomous dragon rapidly flew over in the direction of Dongbo Ying. High up in the sky, Wise Wizard City Master and Shadow Lord were incredibly polite. They lowered their stance and were negotiating with Dongbo Ying to make amends. And within High Mountain City, the group of people, Yufeng Junshan, Minamoto no Raiki, Nobike's Kiyoshi, and others, including Xing Luzhu, from Heavensville Pavilion, and others were all stunned. Oh my god! 3 Grand Perfection God Emperors actually got swept away when they attacked Feishua God Emperor? 1 against 3, yet he defeated 3 Grand Perfection God Emperor? This did I see wrongly? They were completely stunned. Of the 3 Grand Perfection God Emperor experts, 1 mysterious God Emperor had escaped Great Emperor North River, and the other 2, Shadow Lord and Wise Wizard City Master, were currently trying to curry favor and apologize. This was no longer just a simple defeat. In the divine realm, it was normal for Grand Perfection God Emperor experts to fight with each other. Usually, it was hard to kill them because the gap in strength was not too big. Even if they lost, they would not lower their heads or apologize. Only Cloud Phoenix City Master had a relatively transcendent status and could force other God Emperor to apologize. But at this moment, both Shadow Lord and Wise Wizard City Master were apologizing. Wise Wizard City Master is apologizing too? He has an undying body. Many people were stunned. What exactly is the strength of Feishua God Emperor? How could he be so strong? A single person defeated 3 Grand Perfection God Emperor experts. He even frightened the other party into apologizing? Such an expert is actually living in seclusion in my High Mountain City? Yufeng Junshan was filled with disbelief. In the entire divine realm, the only one who can be so heaven-defying is probably the number 1 on the God Emperor ranking list, Cloud Phoenix City Mistress. Imperial Windlay's heart was also trembling. Such an expert actually accepted Third Sister as a disciple. In the corridor of Feishua residence, Nobike's Kiyoshi was also slightly stunned. She was originally worried about the safety of Dongbo Ying, especially when the 3 Grand Perfection God Emperors encircled Dongbo Ying, causing her heart to jump to her throat. But what happened next stunned her. My teacher, he. Nobike's Kiyoshi did not dare believe it. This strength should at least be ranked 2nd on the God Emperor list. Xing Luzhu woke up. He immediately recorded everything that happened. At the same time, he was reporting everything upwards. Who is stronger between him and Cloud Phoenix City Master? We can only know after a battle, right? Who knows, he might be able to defeat Cloud Phoenix City Master and become the top ranker on the God Emperor list. The position of the top ranker on the God Emperor list changed? Xing Luzhu did not dare believe that such a huge battle was personally recorded by him. As the information spread out, many experts in the divine realm were startled. It was fine if those God monarchs were stunned, but even the Grand Perfection God Emperor experts were in a daze. 1 against 3? Defeating 3 Grand Perfection God Emperor experts? Shadow Lord and Wise Wizard City Master begging for forgiveness and compensation? Quick, where's the battle scene? Many experts immediately requested for the battle scene. These battle scenes were purchased from the Heavensville Pavilion separately. Xing Luzhu was indeed worthy of being proud. Because the battle scene he recorded was carefully watched by too many experts. The Heavensville Pavilion relied on this to earn quite a lot. In reality, earning was a minor matter. Such a huge matter had even alarmed the three great royal clans. Chapter 1332. High Mountain City Feishua Residence. Shadow Lord and Wise Wizard City Master were not in a rush to leave. Instead, they prepared a sumptuous banquet through the Heavenswell Pavilion, inviting Dongbo Shuang over. It's all because of that North River who lured us here to deal against Feishua God Emperor. Shadow Lord sat there. He was relatively furious. If we knew that Brother Feishua is so strong, we would never have come. That's right. He is quite fast at escaping. We can't trace him at all. If this North River is so capable, as long as he dares to show himself, I'll definitely not let him off. Wise Wizard City Master gritted his teeth. Right. We must not let him off. Shadow Lord gritted his teeth. The two of them were so furious that they were gritting their teeth. Before coming, they did not know that Feishua God Emperor specialized in soul techniques. If they knew how strong his soul techniques were, they would not have come. Because every cultivator who stepped on the path of cultivation understood that the soul was the foundation. If his soul techniques could threaten God Emperor Grand Perfection Realm, then his attainments in the soul aspect would absolutely be unparalleled in the entire divine realm. How could they easily become enemies with such a character? It's just that Great Emperor North River knew this point. That was why he deliberately concealed it. As long as Great Emperor North River did not say anything, Shadow Lord and Wise Wizard City Master would not have thought that there would be someone with such a heaven-defying soul. The two of them were used to rampaging, and could not think of anyone who could pose such a fatal threat to them. This North River is hiding. I'm afraid he won't easily show himself. Dongbo Shuang said. After leaving this world, it would be hard for him to return. After offending you, Feishua God Emperor, how would he dare to show himself? Wise Wizard City Master chuckled. Because Dongbo Shuang could not deal against him temporarily, and Wise Wizard City Master was ranked slightly lower than Shadow Lord, his accumulations were lesser. Hence, Dongbo Shuang merely mentioned 50,000 chaotic origin crystal jades, and both parties had resolved their enmity. Dongbo Shuang suddenly looked up. The starlight was dazzling. A dim starlight passage appeared above High Mountain City. Three figures came walking out from within. One was the simple gray-robed male, Iron Dragon City Master. The other was plump and was Star Wind City Master. The final one was the enchanting woman who carried an enormous scimitar on her back, Red Medicine Ship Owner. Iron Dragon City Master, Little Red Yao. And the others are here as well? Wise Wizard City Master raised his head and smiled in surprise. They came so quickly. Iron Dragon City Lord actually arrived so quickly. How rare. Shadow Lord also said. They had purposely invited Dongbo Shuang to a banquet to stall for time, because they knew that news of the battle would spread across the divine world in the shortest time possible. There would be many people who would come to visit the Feishua God Emperor. At that time, with a large group of God Emperor full circle experts present, it would prove that the two of them had reconciled with the Feishua God Emperor. If the Feishua God Emperor decided to take revenge in the future, he would probably be laughed at in secret. Reaching this level, experts still cared a lot about their reputation. Brother Feishua. Iron Dragon City Master laughed out loud. I have been searching for you for a long time. Dongbo Shuang immediately stood up with a smile. Feishua merely wishes to live in seclusion and enjoy some peaceful days. I hope for Iron Dragon City Master to understand. Understand. Forgive me. Do you dare to not forgive me? I'm afraid I'm not your opponent anymore. Iron Dragon City Master chuckled. Iron Dragon City Master, Little Red Yao, Brother Star Wind, come over and have a seat. Wise Wizard City Master shouted. Iron Dragon City Master, Red Medicine Ship Owner, and the others acknowledged. They came over and sat down. Feishua God Emperor, in a while, we will be sparring. Red Medicine Ship Owner looked at Dongbo Shuang. Sparring? Dongbo Shuang looked at her. Red Medicine Ship Owner's ranking was not high. She was considered average amongst God Emperor Grand Perfection experts, and was comparable to Wise Wizard City Master. It should be considered as pointers. Let Feishue God Emperor guide Red Yao. Red Medicine Ship owner chuckled. I also wish to have a good spar with you, brother Feishue. Iron Dragon City Master said. Dongbua Shuang nodded with a smile. He could feel the suppressed fighting spirit and desire from these two. Reaching this stage of grand perfection, the next step would be the ultimate awakening. Iron Dragon City Master and Red Medicine Ship owner usually did not care about worldly affairs. They were both pursuing the chaotic origin level. Now that there was Dongbua Shuang, who was close to the top ranker on the God Emperor ranking list, they naturally desired a battle to temper themselves. On this day, many experts came to High Mountain City. More than half of God Emperor Grand Perfection experts from the Divine Realm had come. Even the strongest ascendant in the Tao of Void, late-stage God Emperor Ascendant, God Emperor Yanfei, had come too. And on this day, the three great royal clans similarly paid attention to this ascendant who lived in seclusion in High Mountain City, Feishue God Emperor. Hua Hua Hua, a myriad of stars revolved around a floating island. Every star was approximately 500 kilometers in size. All of them were emitting light. Under the illumination of the myriad of stars, this island was like a dream. This island was the Extreme Star Island of one of the three great royal clans in the Divine Realm, the Extreme Star Clan. On the Extreme Star Island, within a towering palace, a man and a woman were seated at the highest position. Below them were 9 elders from the Elder Assembly of the Extreme Star Island. The news is accurate, right? That black-robed male looked downwards. He nonchalantly said, Your Highnesses, I have just confirmed this news with the Heavenswell clan. The Heavenswell clan has used the Heavenswell well to observe the situation, and it is indeed accurate. An elder respectfully said, That Feishue God Emperor has indeed fought 1 against 3 and defeated 3 Grand Perfection God Emperors. It is fine that Shadowlord and Wise Wizard City Master are famous. But that mysterious God Emperor Grand Perfection expert who wields a sword might not be heard of before, but the strength he displayed is extremely frightening. Even the 3 of them were defeated. One can see how powerful Feishue God Emperor is. Furthermore, I have personally contacted Shadowlord and Wise Wizard City Master. Both Shadowlord have said that this Feishue God Emperor possesses a terrifying soul technique. Even the 2 of them are only left with 20 to 30% of their original strength. Soul technique? The black-robed male exchanged glances with the white-robed girl by the side. Big brother, our Divine Realm has never seen such a formidable expert who specializes in soul techniques before. The white-robed girl said, We should inform Father about the rise of such an expert. Amen. The black-robed male nodded slightly. All right, let's inform Father. The 2 of them had esteemed statuses, precisely because they were the children of one of the 3 great chaotic origin ancestral gods, Extreme Star Ancestral God. It's just that the siblings were extremely respectful towards their father. After all, their father was a chaotic origin expert who had jumped out of the cage. They would not disturb their father if it wasn't something important. In the past, Cloud Phoenix City Master had once attracted the attention of father and the others. But after that, there was no more news about her. Cloud Phoenix City Master is still in our world, the white-robed girl said. I wonder if this Feishue God Emperor could attract sufficient attention this time. No matter what, the soul is the foundation of life. Since he has such unfathomable attainments in the soul, he is qualified for us to inform Father. The black-robed male flipped his hand, bringing out a piece of translucent command token. There were many stars revolving on the command token. It was exactly the same as the stars revolving around the Extreme Star Island in the external world. This command token was a protective treasure. He and his little sister each had one. They could protect themselves and similarly contact their father. The 9 elders below revealed a look of respect when they saw this. In the Extreme Star Clan, only these 2 majesties were qualified to contact a chaotic origin ancestral god. Father. The black-robed male held onto the command token and directly contacted his father. Golden Sacred Clan. After the 2 Golden Sacred brothers investigated thoroughly, They even sent a grand perfection god emperor expert from their clan to High Mountain City to understand the situation. Only then did they inform their father, one of the three great chaotic origin ancestral gods, Golden Sacred Ancestral God. Heavens Will Clan. The three sisters from the Heavens Will clan received the news the fastest. They were similarly filled with disbelief. They had long received the orders from their mother, and naturally determined that this Feishua god emperor was qualified to inform their mother. In the past, even though there were some grand perfection ascendants who were god emperors in the divine realm, but there has never been anyone with such a powerful soul technique. The soul is the foundation of life. If the Tao of soul reaches a high level, it should be different from other Tao paths, right? The three sisters discussed curiously. At the same time, they contacted their mother, Heavens Will Ancestral God. Chapter 1333. In a miniature world that spanned just a few tens of thousands of kilometers, an enormous female sculpture that was more than 1,000 meters tall stood by the side of a tall mountain. The mountain by the side was slightly shorter than this female sculpture. The weak beings in this world were all sincerely kowtowing to her. Empress Heaven's Will. Empress Heaven's Will. Many people kowtowed. After all, to such a weak world, transcendence could be counted with one's fingers. This 1,000-meter tall sculpture was simply a miracle. Suddenly, this enormous female sculpture actually opened her eyes. There was a strand of shock in her eyes. South, a blurred figure flew out from this enormous sculpture. She landed on a small island by the sea. She was none other than an absolute beauty wearing a moon-white gown. Her appearance represented the manifestation of laws at the chaotic origin level. Ordinary beings could not help but worship her when they saw her. And at this moment, two other figures descended. They were two males. One was emitting a faint light, and the other had 1,000,000,000,000 stars revolving around him. Heaven's Will. Little Sister Heaven's Will. The two of them were very passionate. The three of them were the three chaotic origin ancestral gods. Empress Heaven's Will sat down. She lightly waved her sleeves, causing two huge rocks to appear by the side. Golden Sacred Ancestral God and Extreme Star Ancestral God also sat down. The two of you have received the news too? Empress Heaven's Will chuckled. Yes, I've heard it's an ascendant. Golden Sacred Ancestral God said. In terms of soul technique, it is so strong that even God Emperor has to divert 80 to 90% of his heart force to resist against it. Such a soul technique is simply unfathomable. I have never heard of it before. I have never heard of it either. Extreme Star Ancestral God shook his head. I have never heard of it when I interacted with other chaotic origin experts. Right. Empress Heaven's Will softly nodded. We have never heard of it even after a long time since we stepped into the chaotic origin level. Even though our statuses are ordinary amongst chaotic origin experts, we have interacted with quite a few chaotic origin experts. We were even fortunate enough to meet the magnificent overlord. According to logic, we should be quite well informed. Yet we have never heard of it before. This means that the number of experts with such a powerful soul technique should be even lesser than the number of chaotic origin experts. Extreme Star Ancestral God and Golden Sacred Ancestral God nodded. Their eyes brightened. Those lowest graded chaotic origin life forms were excluded. After all, those life forms had ordinary intelligence and could not perfectly unleash their strength. They were so weak that they could not even fight against some half-chaotic origin life-form bodies. Those who could cultivate to the half-chaotic origin life-form body would be able to perfectly unleash the strength of their fleshy body. For instance, some ascendants would be able to utilize their strength in a more profound manner, allowing them to easily kill some weaker chaotic origin life forms. True chaotic origin experts were actually few in number. There was no need to mention those who controlled an origin world, which was even rarer. Even those who succeeded in the ultimate awakening were pitifully few. Previously, we have once offered an ascendant with a half-chaotic origin life-form body. Empress Heavenheart said. Although the mighty overlord sent an emissary to receive us, I'm afraid he didn't care too much about it. Amen. Even if those ascendants reached the half-chaotic origin life-form body, they would not be able to reach the half-chaotic origin life-form body. The possibility of breaking through to the chaotic origin level was still extremely low. Why would the Great Lord care? Sacred Gold Elder God said. I've heard that the most ancient and mighty Thane Gen is willing to spend all of his resources on the weak. That's why the other Thanes are willing to help him. Extreme Star Ancestral God said. This time, an expert with such a terrifying Tao of soul has appeared in our world. If the magnificent overlord knew about it, he would likely be delighted. If the magnificent overlord is happy, perhaps we might not have to stay in this lightning world cluster anymore. Empress Heaven Heart said. If we could improve further and reach the world realm, we might not have to stay here anymore. Extreme Star Ancestral God was relatively unwilling. No other choice. Even though they had jumped out of the cage and were chaotic origin experts. But the three of them had succeeded in the simplest Tao, the ultimate awakening. Once they succeeded in the ultimate awakening, they would immediately become high-graded chaotic origin life forms. They were much stronger than those weak ordinary innate chaotic origin life forms. They could casually pinch a half-chaotic origin life form body to death. But high-graded chaotic origin life forms were considered the lowest level amongst chaotic origin experts, because this was the easiest way to break through. Those who possessed chaotic origin bloodlines would have an easier time cultivating. Hence, there were many who could reach the grand perfection realm, supreme realm, of God Emperor God in the vast chaotic origin dimension. And there were those who succeeded in the ultimate awakening. Only those who could control an origin world were formidable. They were a level stronger than those who had awakened to the ultimate awakening. Those who could control an origin world were also known as world realm chaotic origin life forms. They were considered apex experts amongst chaotic origin life forms. If they were in their own origin world, they would be unparalleled. Only those who have comprehended the Tao and jumped out of the cage to become a chaotic origin life form could have the chance to control an origin world. Golden Sacred Ancestral God shook his head. And only those at that level could make the magnificent overlord view them differently. Us. Don't be discouraged. Empress Heavenheart said. Our ultimate awakening is called ancestral atavism. We can also continuously dig out our bloodline energy. If the magnificent overlord is willing to help us, we might have some hope. Golden Sacred Ancestral God shook his head. Heaven's will. You are the strongest amongst the three of us. Currently, you are just a strand away from breaking through. This time, if the magnificent overlord were to bestow you with that ascendant called Feishue God Emperor, you might have a chance of breaking through. By then, Extreme Star and I will have to rely on you. Two big brothers, how difficult is it to break through? Empress Heavenheart said. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Two big brothers. Then I will directly report to the magnificent overlord. Empress Heavenheart swept her gaze across Golden Sacred Ancestral God, an Extreme Star Ancestral God by the side. All right. Golden Sacred Ancestral God, an Extreme Star Ancestral God nodded. They were even slightly nervous. Because they did not have any important matters, they did not dare to disturb that magnificent overlord. When the three chaotic origin ancestral gods were contacting the magnificent overlord in that divine realm, within Feishue residence in High Mountain City, Dongbua Shueying was meeting an ascendant, God Emperor, alone. Yanfei God Emperor. Dongbua Shueying chuckled as he held his wine cup. I've heard of the fame of God Emperor and have long wanted to meet him. Who would have thought that such a matter would happen? Allowing those three God Emperors to surround and attack me. However, it does allow me to meet the God Emperor in advance. Feishue God Emperor is not any weaker than me in terms of the void lineage. He has also similarly grasped the ultra-long distance teleportation. Yanfei God Emperor chuckled. Furthermore, he has even more formidable soul techniques. I believe only Cloud Phoenix City Master could compete with you. Feishue God Emperor, on the God Emperor list in this divine realm. Dongbua Shueying chuckled. This person in front of him was the only late-stage ascendant of God Emperor, who comprehended the void lineage. I've reached the late-stage God Emperor. It is incredibly difficult for me to improve any further. Yan Fei God Emperor sighed. We are different from those natives of the divine realm. Those natives of the divine realm are born with chaotic origin bloodlines. They are born with immortality. Any child from the natives of the divine realm could easily become an overlord in some of the lower realms. Even after reaching the God Emperor level, every single step we take is incredibly difficult. Yet there are a group of natives of the divine realm who have reached the grand perfection realm of God Emperor. Dongbua Shuang nodded in agreement. Without bloodline energy, it was too difficult to rely on oneself to improve. Reaching the final realm, according to combat strength, it would only be at the king level, God Monarch level. There were many innate chaotic origin life forms in this world. These ascendants could ponder and comprehend them. Only then would they have some hope of perfecting their bloodlines to the level of God Emperor. But it was too difficult to reach the half-chaotic origin life form body, because bloodline energy, as long as one fully excavated the bloodline energy to the pinnacle of grand perfection, that was the grand perfection realm of God Emperor. But ascendants and those like Dongbua Shuang had to create their bloodlines from scratch. They had to create a half-chaotic origin life form body. Because it was too difficult, they had to be firm in every step they took. That was how they could fight against those at a higher level. But even after reaching the half-chaotic origin life form body, those with chaotic origin bloodlines could only undergo the ultimate awakening. As for ascendants and Dongbua Shuang, it would be harder for them to take another step after attaining the half-chaotic origin life form body, because the next step would be comprehending a Tao at the chaotic origin level. Relying on one's own comprehension to reach the chaotic origin level, that was using strength to break through. Those who could spread religion, refine part of the origin source, and control the origin source of an origin world, to become a chaotic origin life form would control an origin world. It was very powerful, but it was even more amazing to rely on oneself to break through step by step until the chaotic origin level. It was an almost impossible path. Many who reached the half-chaotic origin life form body would instead start thinking of ways to refine the origin source of an origin world and control the origin world to become a chaotic origin life form. No choice. Using strength to break through was more than 10 times more difficult. Hence, they could only choose a second path. This path is too difficult. There are many worlds beneath the lightning world, and there are too many ascendants. Before Feishue God Emperor appeared, I have already reached the pinnacle of the void lineage across many worlds. Yan Fei God Emperor shook his head bitterly. But I am only a late-stage God Emperor. It is still far from reaching the half-chaotic origin life form body. The reason I came here today is because I hope to exchange cultivation scriptures with Brother Feishue. I know you and I should be walking in different directions, but we should be able to corroborate each other. It will be helpful to both of us in reaching the half-chaotic origin life form body. Asterisk asterisk. Chapter 1334. God Emperor Yan Fei, what you said is exactly what I want to do. Dongbua Shuang added. Reaching the final realm in the Tao of Void. He had reached grand perfection in the pure profound mysteries of void. Further up, he would be absorbing other profound mysteries into his Tao of Void. With the Tao of Void as the core, he would absorb other profound mysteries, eventually forming a higher level Tao. For instance, even though Emperor Summer specialized in the Tao of Void, the direction he pursued was to nurture a chaotic origin level fleshy body, using the chaotic origin dimension fetus. As for Dongbua Shuang, he used the Tao of Void as his foundation, and relied on the chaotic origin energy to modify and perfect his fleshy body. The process of modification was also the process of perfecting his Tao. When his fleshy body reached the chaotic origin level, his Tao would also reach the chaotic origin level. The reason why Dongbua Shuang did this was firstly because of the influence that chaotic origin 7 strikes had on him. Secondly, his soul was strong enough that it could nourish his fleshy body, perfecting his fleshy body. By nourishing his fleshy body with his soul, It would allow Dongbo Shuiying to understand where the flaws of his body were, giving him a clearer direction. I have cultivated step by step from a weak little world to where I am now. It is rare for cultivators to have transcendence in my hometown world. I ascended with the identity of the strongest expert in the history of my world. From a lower-level world to a higher-level world. Every time I ascend, the world I am in will be able to withstand a greater amount of energy. God Emperor Yan Fei said. Along the way, I have become the disciple of more than 100 teachers. I have borrowed from many cultivation scriptures, and created many cultivation scriptures. God Emperor Yan Fei flipped his hand, causing a transparent book that was flashing with golden light to appear. Yin 80th style. This is the highest achievement I have in the void lineage after cultivating for many years. I have always been working hard to create the 81st style. If I could create it, I would most likely have a half-chaotic origin lifeform body. Saying that, he passed this transparent book over. Dongbo Shuiying flipped his hand too, bringing out a gray book. Chaotic origin refinement body. My path of cultivation has similarly absorbed the wisdom of many predecessors. I have also become the disciple of several teachers, comprehending the world and researching on chaotic origin lifeforms. Only then did I cultivate to my current stage. I am similarly at the late stage God Emperor. This chaotic origin refinement body. It was originally a body refinement technique created by Emperor Summer in the chaotic origin Dao scroll. When Dongbo Shuiying obtained it, it only had the first 2 levels. Even if one successfully cultivated it, it would only be barely comparable to the physical body of the ultimate body refinement school. After that, Dongbo Shuiying's strength improved tremendously, and he even surpassed his master. For the sake of creating a higher level, Emperor Summer had come over to interact with Dongbo Shuiying and comprehend it together. But at that time, the two of them could only push this chaotic origin refinement body to the Grand Perfection King realm. Grand Perfection God Monarch realm. He was only one step away from the Emperor level, God Emperor level. At that time, the two of them would part ways. They had no choice but to go in different directions. Dongbo Shuiying was breaking through step by step on this path. God Emperor's early stage, middle stage, and late stage were not easy at all. Fortunately, his soul could be said to be the strongest soul beneath chaotic origin. His comprehension abilities and other aspects had reached an unfathomable stage. Furthermore, his soul could nourish his fleshy body, guiding him in the right direction. This allowed Dongbo Shuiying to achieve twice the results with half the effort. He had even researched that void lineage innate chaotic origin lifeform corpse for 300 billion years before he reached the late-stage God Emperor realm. How difficult was that? Yan Fei God Emperor softly let out a breath. He received the scripture. Dongbo Shuiying similarly received the scripture solemnly. This was the crystallization of their wisdom. Because of how difficult it was for them to cultivate, they respected the other party even more. 80 Styles of Swallow. Dongbo Shuiying immersed himself in it after reading it. The first style of 80 Styles of Swallow was very weak. Dongbo Shuiying estimated that the first style could only be at the true God Ruler realm level. Furthermore, it was a combat technique, and not a body refinement technique. The first style, the second style, the third style, it continued to grow. One could also see the process of God Emperor Yan Fei's improvement. This originally heaven-defying combat technique would gradually transform and nourish the fleshy body, making the fleshy body more suitable for combat. During this process, his fleshy body would continue to grow stronger, changing and adapting to new combat techniques. Changing my fleshy body from a perspective suitable for combat. Using combat to cultivate. This direction could not be said to be more profound than heaven and earth, realmless, and void devil insect scripture. Even though there was no difference in strength between the Tao paths, there was a difference in their strengths and weaknesses. Clearly, God Emperor Yan Fei had reached the late-stage God Emperor realm on his Tao path. At least in this divine realm. Other ascendants of the void lineage could not walk as far as Yan Fei God Emperor. Dongbo Shuiying, who came from an alternate world, did not count. He is actually using the chaotic origin energy to cultivate. Yanfei God Emperor looked at Dongbo Shuang with admiration. Admirable, admirable. Feishua God Emperor, you actually thought of using the energy from the chaotic origin crystal jade to cultivate. When we are weak, a piece of chaotic origin crystal jade is incomparably precious to us. Dongbo Shuang chuckled. He did not explain further. In the origin world, when the membrane wall was broken, chaotic origin energy would seep in. But in this world, it was quite difficult to obtain chaotic origin energy. Firstly, it was through the chaotic origin crystal jade. That was the condensed essence of extremely pure chaotic origin energy. Secondly, there were some unique places in the divine realm where chaotic origin energy resided. Of course, there were some treasures that contained chaotic origin energy that could be used. During the initial period when Dongbo Shuang came to this world, even though his body was unstable due to the conflict with the laws, the amount of chaotic origin energy contained in his body was still huge. After he cultivated the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique, he originally planned to go to some unique places to absorb the chaotic origin energy, but later on he discovered that a piece of chaotic origin crystal jade contained a huge amount of chaotic origin energy. Furthermore, it was gentle to his body. Hence, he had been using the chaotic origin crystal jade to cultivate. How about we have a spar? Dongbo Shuang chuckled. All right. Yanfei God Emperor's eyes brightened. He nodded. Battling was also a form of practice for the Tao of Void. In High Mountain City, within a restaurant, there were currently two girls seated opposite each other. Big sister, let's just wait here. We have already waited for 3 days. Fire Phoenix God Emperor said with slight dissatisfaction. Don't be in a rush. Wait till the other God Emperors have left before we go. Cloud Phoenix City Master sat there leisurely. She was naturally here to meet Dongbo Shuang. But given her temper, she was too lazy to meet other God Emperor experts. So many Grand Perfection God Emperor experts came to visit Dongbo Shuang. Cloud Phoenix City Master would rather wait for the last few days before meeting them. I have already waited for a long time. I am not in a rush for a few more days. Cloud Phoenix City Master revealed a grin. Who would have thought that the one who dealt against my grandson in the past would actually be the Feishua God Emperor? Furthermore, he is so powerful. It is truly fortunate for us to have such an expert. Cloud Phoenix City Master was indeed delighted. She had long been unparalleled in this divine realm. Her strength was much higher than the second ranked on the God Emperor list. Currently, there were 2 types of Grand Perfection God Emperor experts in the divine realm. One was Cloud Phoenix City Master, and the other was the other Grand Perfection God Emperor experts. It was different from Dongbo Shuang, who relied on his soul technique to greatly reduce the strength of the Grand Perfection God Emperor experts. Cloud Phoenix City Master fought head-on. Even if those Grand Perfection God Emperor experts could exert their full strength, Cloud Phoenix City Master would still be able to suppress them. Those who were weaker in survivability might even die. There were once Grand Perfection ascendants of God Emperor. Cloud Phoenix City Master said. But they disappeared in the end. I guess they should have left this world. For them to do so, it should be related to the 3 chaotic origin ancestral gods. But I have never been able to leave. Cloud Phoenix City Master sneered softly. Is it because you think I am weak? Fire Phoenix God Emperor became silent by the side. She was clear that her elder sister was unparalleled in the divine realm. She was also clear that her elder sister was lonely and unparalleled in the divine realm. Yanfei God Emperor has left. Cloud Phoenix City Master stood up. Go, let us meet this Feishua God Emperor. We finally meet. This Yanfei God Emperor has actually delayed for so long. I am getting impatient from waiting. Fire Phoenix God Emperor stood up. Cultivating the heart. Cloud Phoenix City Master helplessly shook her head. I am an innate chaotic origin life form. Why would I cultivate the heart? Fire Phoenix God Emperor snorted. Innate chaotic origin life forms, even the most ordinary ones, were born emperors, God Emperor. She got to know Cloud Phoenix City Master. Under the help of Cloud Phoenix City Master, she gradually understood her own strength. She was able to unleash her own strength, and now, she had reached the grand perfection realm of God Emperor. Dongbo Shuiying had just sent off Yanfei God Emperor. Just as he sat down to ponder over the scene of him fighting with Yanfei God Emperor, he suddenly felt two auras coming. A guest has arrived. Dongbo Shuiying stood up. Another guest? By the side, Nobike's Kiyoshi, who was pouring wine for her teacher, felt slightly dazed. She took the wine flask and turned over. Two figures had already descended from midair. One was a white-robed girl, and the other was a fiery red-robed girl. These two clearly did not hide their identities. They had revealed their true appearances. Nobike's Kiyoshi recognized the identity of these two with a single glance. She could not help but be startled. Cloud Phoenix City Master, Fire Phoenix God Emperor? Cloud Phoenix City Master was ranked first on the God Emperor ranking list. Feishua God Emperor, why don't you go out for a walk? Cloud Phoenix City Master chuckled. My pleasure. Dongbo Shuiying chuckled. He understood why Cloud Phoenix City Master came. He turned to his female disciple by his side. Kiyoshi, I will be back in a while. He immediately left with Cloud Phoenix City Master and Fire Phoenix God Emperor. Nobike's Kiyoshi raised her head to look at everything. Master. Nobike's Kiyoshi muttered to herself. For the past 3 days, under the instructions of her master, she had also met with many God Emperor cultivators. But Nobike's Kiyoshi had an indescribable feeling that the disparity between her and her master was simply too great. In fact, Nobike's Kiyoshi even had a feeling that everything was unreal. It was as though everything was a dream. It's real. He is my master. Nobike's Kiyoshi said to herself. Chapter 1335. Outside High Mountain City, deep within the great wilderness, Fire Phoenix God Emperor was watching the battle by the side. He was watching the two who stood opposite each other in midair. One was a white-robed male, and the other was a white-robed female. Dongbo Shuiying and Cloud Phoenix City Master were both garbed in white. It's just that their temperaments were entirely different. At this moment, Cloud Phoenix City Master was releasing a grand aura that covered the world and suppressed everything. Even the world was trembling under her aura. Dongbo Shuiying's aura was illusory and made others revere him. After all, Dongbo Shuiying's soul was unparalleled beneath chaotic origin experts. When he released his aura without holding back, it naturally made other experts revere him. Feishua God Emperor, please do your best. Because in the divine realm, ever since I reached my current realm, I have always been the one bullying others. Nobody has ever posed a sufficient threat to me. Cloud Phoenix City Master's eyebrows were filled with killing intent. I'll definitely not disappoint you, Cloud Phoenix City Master. Dongbo Shuiying was also filled with fighting spirit. Hong! The eyes of Cloud Phoenix City Master flashed with sharpness. The surrounding area of several million kilometers started distorting. A terrifying ripple also spread across this region. Dongbo Shuiying heard an ear-piercing cry. It sounded like the cry of a bird. This cry caused the surrounding world to distort. It also forcefully permeated into the body of Dongbo Shuiying, shaking his soul and internal organs. It also shook his bones and muscles. For a moment, Dongbo Shuiying felt his body turning soft. His bones and muscles were trembling uncontrollably. This startled him greatly. The moment you unleashed your domain, it could reduce my strength by half? If you kill your way over, I would most likely die in 2 to 3 moves. Compared to a true God Emperor at the Grand Perfection realm, his fleshy body was much weaker. If he did not rely on his soul technique to fight head-on, he could fight against other experts. But only Cloud Phoenix City Master, Dongbo Shuiying, was forced to bring out his full strength at the first instance. Using her bloodline energy to change the laws of the world and descend a domain, Dongbo Shuiying thought. Any innate chaotic origin life form would have a body formed from the laws. Hence, as long as these God Emperor Grand Perfection life forms underwent an ultimate awakening and reverted to their ancestors, they could become members of the innate chaotic origin life form tribe, because their control over their bodies was more formidable. The moment they broke through, they would become high-graded chaotic origin life forms. And the body of a chaotic origin life form was like a world. For instance, the Broken Teeth mountain range was in reality formed from the corpses of two enormous chaotic origin life forms. You are the world. Naturally, it could descend the rules and the domain. The apex innate chaotic origin life forms could injure you on. They were comparable to an origin world by themselves. It was obvious that the domain that Cloud Phoenix City Master was displaying had already manifested a portion of the laws contained in her bloodline. She had a higher chance of ultimate awakening than any other perfect God Emperor. Mirage and Illusory Realm. With a single thought from Dongbuo, a massive illusory world descended, wanting to drag Cloud Phoenix City Master's soul into it. Cloud Phoenix City Master's expression changed slightly as she instantly used 70% of her heart force to resist against this illusion. What a formidable soul technique! Splitting her heart force to resist against the illusory realm, she was left with 30% of her heart force to continue fighting. Her strength immediately began decreasing. The originally terrifying domain dissipated. Because this domain itself required Cloud Phoenix City Master to use 20% to 30% of her heart force to maintain. She naturally gave up on the domain, and tried her best to exert the strength of her body. See, Cloud Phoenix City Master pounced forward. Both her hands were like wings that slashed out. The world was split into two. A spear appeared in Dongbuo Ying's hand. With a twist of the spear, layers of spatial maelstrom were formed, blocking against the slashes of Cloud Phoenix City Master. Fortunately, Dongbuo Ying let out a sigh of relief. After dispersing the domain, he could maintain his peak strength. Cloud Phoenix City Master could barely exert half of her peak strength with just 30% of her heart force. This strength was roughly at the standard of Iron Dragon City Master. When the gap in strength wasn't too ridiculous, the profoundness of the realm and techniques could still make up for the gap. Hong hong hong, the battlefield between both parties had turned dark. The two strongest existences in the entire divine realm were currently fighting. Sister's strength has actually decreased by so much? Flame Phoenix God Emperor was watching from afar, and couldn't help but be shocked. What a terrifying Feishua God Emperor. His soul force is actually so strong. The two of them were evenly matched. Cloud Phoenix City Master's speed was extremely fast and her techniques were elegant. Her hands were like wings that were swift and sharp. Dongbuo was even more mysterious and unpredictable. The surrounding space was being controlled by him. With a spear, the space would be suppressed like a piece of paper. Sometimes it would be like a bubble turning into a cage. Sometimes it would be stacked together. Although they were close, it was like they were worlds apart, causing Cloud Phoenix City Master to be unable to touch Dongbuo at all. When one's own strength was displayed through various profound techniques, it was naturally much stronger. Although Cloud Phoenix City Master's techniques were so beautiful that it was shocking, she was still slightly weaker. She was only able to fight evenly with him because of her strength. Be careful. I nearly lost. Flame Phoenix God Emperor was extremely nervous. This Feishua God Emperor's techniques are too sinister. Luckily Sister's body is strong enough. This battle lasted for an hour. The two of them finally stopped. To Dongbuo, the gains were negligible. Because he had sparred with other God Emperor Great Perfection stage experts before. Most of them didn't use their soul force. The moment they used their soul force, the other party would immediately admit defeat. It has been a long time since I was injured. Cloud Phoenix City Master looked at Dongbuo and sighed. Today, I was injured multiple times by Feishua God Emperor. Such injuries should be negligible to City Master. Shuang chuckled. Previously, he felt that this Cloud Phoenix City Master was the one with the strongest body amongst all the Grand Perfection God Emperors he met. Even Iron Dragon City Master was weaker by an entire level compared to Cloud Phoenix City Master in terms of body strength. Being injured by Feishua God Emperor means that my techniques aren't perfect enough. Cloud Phoenix City Master was delighted. She was different from Ascenders. Ascenders comprehended the Tao. However, she had unearthed the power of her bloodline. Once it reached perfection, she began to ponder the rules contained within her bloodline and applied it in battle. She had even managed to figure out that terrifying domain and many killing moves. But this exchange allowed her to discover her own flaws. Naturally, she had to fix them. The process of fixing was also a process of improving. Cloud Phoenix City Master, I have something that I need to trouble you for. Dongbu Shuang said. Oh, please speak. Cloud Phoenix City Master said. I hope that my disciple, Imperial Wen Qingyin, can become your disciple, and you can accept her as your disciple. Dongbu Shuang said. His original plan was for his female disciple to reach the early stage God Emperor Great Perfection stage before leaving this world stealthily. But now that his name had spread far and wide, he naturally had to make arrangements to prevent enemies from dealing against his disciple after he left. Nobike's Kiyoshi? Cloud Phoenix City Master was startled. She looked at Dongbu Shuang. Face you, a God Emperor, unless you are planning to leave this divine realm? Leave. Dongbu Shuang was stunned. Cloud Phoenix City Master added. In the history of our divine realm, there have been many grand perfection ascenders who emerged from the God Emperor Great Perfection stage. But the moment they appeared, they disappeared. Reaching this stage, it is impossible for them to die stealthily. There is no need for the three great chaotic origin ancestral gods to kill them. My guess is that they have left this world. Face you, a God Emperor, you are also an ascendant. Furthermore, you have reached an unfathomable realm in the Tao of Soul. I feel that you are much more amazing than the previous God Emperor Great Perfection stage ascendant. It is normal for the three great chaotic origin ancestral gods to bring you away from this world. Dongbu Shuang was inwardly startled. He had guessed it too. Previously, he had deduced from some clues that there should be a grand perfection ascendant from the God Emperor Great Perfection stage in this divine realm. This time, many experts came to visit him. Dongbu Shuang had interacted with them before. Naturally, he knew that his conjecture was right. Because these grand perfection God Emperor Great Perfection stage experts had once fought with a terrifying God Emperor Great Perfection stage ascendant. Leave this world? Three great chaotic origin ancestral gods? Dongbu Shuang felt apprehensive inwardly. If he had to leave this world, he would rather leave by himself. Three great chaotic origin ancestral gods bringing him along? Maybe the three great chaotic origin ancestral gods did not have any malicious intent and were helping him. But they might have malicious intent. That would be the end of him. Comparatively speaking, Dongbu Shuang trusted Lord Loqing more and Yuan more. The three great chaotic origin ancestral gods have never contacted me before, Dongbu Shuang said, but I have to make some preparations. I am not too assured about my disciple. Hence, I hope for Cloud Phoenix City Master to help me. This is a minor matter, Cloud Phoenix City Master said, but my ambition does not lie here. How about this? That Nobike's Kiyoshi will take my little sister, Fire Phoenix, as her teacher. My little sister isn't a native of the divine realm. Instead, she is an innate chaotic origin life form. Even though the strength she exerts is at the grand perfection stage of God Emperor Great Perfection, in terms of survivability, she is much stronger than a native of the divine realm. Furthermore, she will not leave this divine realm. Dongbu Shuang revealed a joyous look at that moment. Good. I wonder if Fire Phoenix God Emperor is willing. Chapter 1336. In terms of survival capabilities, innate chaotic origin life forms far surpass the natives and ascendants of the divine realm. Even killing some early-stage God Emperor, or middle-stage God Emperor, innate chaotic origin life forms was extremely difficult. If he could unleash the grand perfection strength of God Emperor, then none other than the three chaotic origin ancestral gods could do anything to him. Like Hidden Willow Valley Master and Fire Phoenix God Emperor, they were the same. Rest assured, Fire Phoenix and I are like sisters. This small matter isn't a big deal. Cloud Phoenix City Master immediately turned to the distant Fire Phoenix God Emperor. South of flame flashed. Fire Phoenix God Emperor had already arrived. He looked at Dongbu Shuang with shock. Feishua God Emperor, are you going to leave this divine realm? Not yet. But I am still making preparations. Dongbua Ying said vaguely. Good, good, good. Rest assured, I will definitely protect that disciple of yours. Fire Phoenix God Emperor nodded. He then revealed a cunning smile. But I have a request. Please say. Dongbua Ying said. Cloud Phoenix City Master was slightly stunned. Reaching their level, it was a simple matter for them to accept a disciple just for the sake of protection. And she even mentioned a request? Given the identity of Feishua God Emperor, asking for help from other Grand Perfection God Emperors was a minor matter. It was only because Cloud Phoenix City Master was ranked first on the God Emperor ranking list that she took the initiative to ask for help. Hence, when she heard her little sister's request, Cloud Phoenix City Master could not help but feel helpless. In the future, if you could become a chaotic origin life form, you must remember to bring me away from this world. Fire Phoenix God Emperor looked at Dongbua Ying. Become a chaotic origin life form? Dongbua Ying chuckled. Alright, I can promise you. But why do you trust me so much? I feel that the chances of you becoming a chaotic origin life form are still slim. Fire Phoenix God Emperor shook her head. I've heard that ascendants do not have chaotic origin bloodlines, and it is hard for them to become a chaotic origin life form. But you should at least get some benefits. Who knows if you might become a chaotic origin life form in the future? Wouldn't I be able to turn things around? Dongbua Ying smiled and nodded. All right, thank you for your kind words. He also vaguely understood. Even the most ordinary innate chaotic origin life forms would only be at the level of God Emperor. It was likely that they did not have a good life. There was no time to lose. Dongbua Ying was afraid that the 3 chaotic origin ancestral gods would come and bring him away, just like how they took away the other God Emperor perfect ascenders. Therefore, on that very day, Nobike's Kiyoshi became a disciple of the Fire Phoenix God Emperor. Disciple greets master. Although Nobike's Kiyoshi was a little confused, she still obediently listened to Dongbua Ying, and officially became the disciple of Fire Phoenix God Emperor. Good, good, good. Fire Phoenix God Emperor looked at Nobike's Kiyoshi. He felt quite satisfied. Today, I will be returning to the Cloud Phoenix City. You should come with us. Nobike's Kiyoshi looked at Dongbua Ying with slight hesitation. She clearly trusted Dongbua Ying more. Go. Dongbua Ying said. I originally planned to cultivate in seclusion. Now that my reputation has spread, the high mountain city is no longer a suitable place for me to live in seclusion. I plan to leave. You should go to the Cloud Phoenix City instead. That place is more suitable for you to cultivate. Teacher is leaving? Nobike's Kiyoshi was startled. She felt reluctant. We met in the past. Now it is time for us to part. Dongbua Ying said. All right. Fire Phoenix God Emperor said from the side. Your teacher Feishua is going to enter closed-door cultivation. You should not disturb him. When he is in closed-door cultivation, he would most likely ignore you even if you send a message to him. Dongbua Ying was startled. He nodded. Right. This time, I am not willing to be disturbed. Nobike's Kiyoshi felt reluctant. She could not even send a message? When can I meet teacher again? Nobike's Kiyoshi asked. It might be a very, very long time later. Dongbua Ying felt complex. The moment he left this world, when would he meet this disciple of his? He could not say for sure. That night, Dongbua Ying left behind a storage treasure for his female disciple before leaving silently. Time to leave. Dongbua Ying stood in the wilderness outside the high mountain city. He looked at the distant city. After coming to this world, he had practically been living in seclusion in this city. Things might change if I delay. Who knows when the 3 chaotic origin ancestral gods might come and bring me away? Dongbua Ying looked at his wrist. A blood imprint appeared on his wrist. Following that, he activated it with a thought. So, a blood-red bubble wrapped around him. His entire body was wrapped up. Following that, his surroundings became blurry. Shwa. He disappeared from this world and proceeded to another one. Half a month after Dongbua Ying left this divine realm, Empress Heaven's Will, and the other two chaotic origin ancestral gods stood amidst a patch of golden lightning. They were currently waiting patiently. He is here, Golden Sacred Ancestral God said. The three of them raised their heads in anticipation. One could see a huge object flying in the chaotic origin dimension. Only when it got close did it turn into human form. It was a thin and small old man with a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks. Big Brother Chung. Empress Heavens will took the initiative to welcome him. Golden Sacred Ancestral God and Extreme Star Ancestral God followed behind. After all, Empress Heavens will had befriended many more chaotic origin experts than the two of them. For instance, this person who came had a good relationship with Empress Heavens Will. Who would have thought that it is actually Big Brother Chung who came this time? Empress Heavens Will was incredibly passionate. It has been a long time since we met, right? Little Sister Heavens Will. This thin and small old man caressed his beard, sighing. It has indeed been a long time. Seeing Little Sister Heavens Will. It seems you are about to break through soon? Haha, by then, you won't have to stay in this lightning world cluster anymore. How can I compare to Big Brother Chung? Big Brother Chung, what are you in charge of now? The Overlord actually sent you over to receive this little fellow? Empress Heavens Will said. The thin and small old man was relatively delighted. Currently, this Big Brother has become a small patrol in the 5th region under the Overlord. Your Lightning World cluster is located within the 5th region, and is also within my jurisdiction. Naturally, I am here to receive this little fellow. Patrol? Empress Heavens Will and the other two were stunned. They were all innate chaotic origin life forms, and the territory managed by the Overlord was divided into 9 great regions. There were a total of 9 patrols in the 9 great regions. Chaotic origin experts were divided into 2 categories. One was the innate chaotic origin life forms, like those with chaotic origin bloodlines who underwent the ultimate awakening. Because their ancestors were innate chaotic origin life forms, they would revert to their ancestors after the ultimate awakening. They would then become members of the innate chaotic origin lifeform clan. The second category was to rely on their own cultivation step by step from being weak. They would either control an origin world to become a chaotic origin lifeform, or break through using force to become a chaotic origin lifeform. This second category was even stronger. Comparatively speaking, the first category was slightly discriminated against. To be able to get the position of patrol meant that he was definitely one of the generals under the Lord. Big Brother Chung is actually so amazing. I remember the other 8 patrols aren't innate chaotic origin life forms, right? Big Brother, it is amazing that you could become a patrol despite being an innate chaotic origin life form. Big Brother Chung. Golden Sacred Ancestral God, an Extreme Star Ancestral God, could not help but flatter him. But this flattery came from the bottom of their hearts. This Big Brother Chung was absolutely the pride of their tribe. It is also because of the Overlord's appreciation. The thin small old man stroked his beard. Oh right, where is that brat? Is it as you said, his soul is so strong that it could even injure a half-chaotic origin lifeform body? How would we dare to talk about such a huge matter? Big Brother Chung, please have a seat first. We will immediately bring that brat called Feishua God Emperor over. Empress Heavens Will said. The 3 of them brought the inspector to their mansions first. At the same time, they split their attention and began investigating the divine realm in search of that Feishua God Emperor. Amen? He isn't in the High Mountain City? Where is Feishua God Emperor? Where is he? The 3 chaotic origin ancestral gods investigated and were stunned. Following that, they began frantically investigating the entire divine realm. They even began investigating the entire lightning world. Nothing. They still could not find him. Gone. The thin small old man stroked his beard. He frowned. Yes, he has suddenly disappeared in the wilderness outside High Mountain City. Empress Heavens Will and the other 2 were incredibly nervous. They had used many techniques to investigate the scene where Dongbo Shuang left. It's just that they saw Dongbo Shuang arrive at the wilderness before disappearing. As for that blood-red bubble that enveloped him, they could not see anything at all. He could disappear stealthily. None of you can find him. The thin, small old man frowned. He immediately had a deduction in his heart. Being an innate chaotic origin life form, he was able to reach such a high position and talk to some chaotic origin experts who controlled an origin world as equals. Naturally, he was extraordinary. The three of you are truly. Why didn't you capture him the moment you discovered him? The thin, small old man frowned. We have never thought that he could disappear in the lightning world. Empress Heaven's Will and the other two felt helpless. They could guess some possibilities in their hearts, but no matter what, they did not dare to participate in this. The thin, small old man stood up. All right, let's leave it like this. I still have to report back to the Overlord. Saying that, the thin, small old man waved his sleeves. He immediately tore apart this divine realm and penetrated into the vast chaotic origin dimension. End of this chapter. The next chapter would be the grand finale. It was finally the final chapter of the entire Snow Eagle Overlord novel. Sigh. Chapter 1337. The blood-red bubble wrapped around Dongbo Shuiying as it traveled through the chaotic origin dimension at a frightening speed. Shwa shwa shwa. Many huge origin worlds became blurry in his vision. They flashed by and disappeared. This is the second time, yet I still feel that this speed is ridiculously fast. Dongbo Shuiying had a feeling that if a piece of chaotic origin sand were to fly at such a frightening speed, he would most likely be annihilated if it smashed onto his body. This time, he flew past a total of 1,200 over origin worlds. It was a lot further than the previous time. Amen. Dongbo Shuiying widened his eyes in shock. Previously, in front of him, there were many cracks piercing through the chaotic origin dimension. These cracks were so long that they were much longer than the origin worlds. Dongbo Shuiying could not see the end of them. These void cracks had been occupying a huge region ahead of him for a long period of time. It was like a heavenly moat that divided the chaotic origin dimension into two. So, the blood-red bubble flew at high speed. As it approached the countless void cracks, there was an unremarkable minor world. This world was very, very small. It was like an isolated island in the sea. Dongbo Shuiying only discovered this unremarkable minor world the moment the blood-red bubble entered. He did not even have the time to see what this minor world looked like. He could only feel that this minor world could be destroyed at any moment. Wow. At the moment he entered this world, Dongbo Shuiying felt the scene in front of him changing. This was a relatively vast ancient palace hall. At a corner of the hall, there was an array. He was currently standing at the center of the array. Another cultivator has arrived? A black-robed tall and thin male appeared within the palace hall. He walked towards Dongbo Shuiying with a smile. Not good. Before Dongbo Shuiying could say anything, he felt the internal structure of his fleshy body starting to crumble. Having experienced it previously, Dongbo Shuiying did not panic. He knew that it was because the laws of this world were different from the lightning world. Haha, you can't maintain your body anymore? The black-robed man laughed. The laws of this world are different from your hometown. You need to adapt to the laws here. Adapting to different laws is beneficial to your eventual transcendence to the chaotic origin level. After all, the chaotic origin law can be used in all regions. Dongbo Shuiying could not be bothered to say anything else as he tried his best to adapt to the rules of this world. He would change his body according to the laws of this world. Half an hour passed. Dongbo Shuiying's fleshly body had fallen to the middle stage of God Emperor, but it was almost completely stable. To recover to the late stage of God Emperor, I'll need at least 1,000,000 years, Dongbo Shuiying thought. However, the unstable late stage of God Emperor will probably be much faster. To be able to maintain God Emperor's late stage fleshly body for a short period of time, it would probably only take 8 to 10 years. Regarding this, Dongbo Shuiying was quite delighted. After all, his accumulations in the Tao of Void had deepened, allowing him to reach the half-chaotic origin life-form body faster. As for becoming a chaotic origin life-form, he was not in a rush for now. His primary goal for the Tao of Void was to reach the half-chaotic origin life-form body. As for the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm, he had to reach the final realm first. Tao friend? Have you stabilized your fleshly body? The black-robed male saw Dongbo Shuiying opening his eyes before asking. Dongbo Shuiying was slightly stunned. Tao friend? This humble one is Fei Xue. You are? Dongbo Shuiying asked. He could not sense any aura from this person in front of him. Haha, I am the treasure spirit of this guiding hall. The black-robed male chuckled. Treasure spirit? Dongbo Shuiying nodded slightly. He then asked in puzzlement, guiding hall? What is the meaning of this? Guiding. Naturally, it is to guide all of you who have ascended to this world. The black-robed male chuckled. I believe there should be legends of this place in your world too. Different worlds have different legends. Some say this is the cultivation sacred world, and some say this is the world of despair. Some say this is the exiled world, and some say this is the survival world. Regardless, it is not easy to survive here, and it is beneficial to cultivation. Dongbo Shuiying was inwardly startled when he heard that. World of despair? Exiled world? These two names represented that this world would not be as comfortable as the lightning world previously. What not easy to survive? Tao friend, please have a look. The black-robed male waved his hand, causing a miniature illusory scene of the entire world to appear in midair. This world is practically filled with danger at every single location. The black-robed male pointed at this miniature world map. These 5 flashing spots are the 5 gathering grounds of the cultivators. Only here can you live in peace and cultivate in peace. Once you leave the gathering grounds, there are dangers everywhere. There are countless innate chaotic origin life forms, and all of them wish to hunt and kill you. Dongbo Shuiying could not help but ask, countless? There were only a few dozen innate chaotic origin life forms in the Broken Teeth Mountain range. Even though there were more in the lightning world, they were at an absolute disadvantage. The divine realm natives and ascendants in the lightning world held an absolute advantage. But this world, the number of cultivators was pitifully few. They were all confined to 5 gathering grounds. Other regions were filled with chaotic origin life forms? How many are there exactly? Dongbo Shuiying could not help but ask, 10,000? 100,000? The Devil Gold River runs through the entire world. There are about 30,000 chaotic origin life forms living in this river. Look at the map. There are many places bigger than the Devil Gold River. The black-robed male said. As for how many there are, I am not sure. Oh right, this place. The Sea of Abyss. You must not get close to it. The black-robed male solemnly pointed at that black sea on the map. This sea did not cover a huge area. It was about 1/10 of the entire map. The Sea of Abyss is the most dangerous place in the entire world. You must absolutely not step into the Sea of Abyss. The black-robed male said. Even if you become the strongest expert in this world, you must absolutely not enter it. Cannot enter? Why? Dongbo Shuiying asked. A forbidden ground. Rest assured. You will know once you reach the gathering grounds. Those who have lived in this world for a long time should know how frightening the Sea of Abyss is. The black-robed male said. Dongbo Shuiying nodded. Following that, his expression changed slightly. His stomach actually growled. So hungry. Ever since Shuiying had become a transcendent, he had never felt hungry again in the long years since then. But at this moment, an intense hunger came from his stomach. His stomach seemed to be crazily wanting to eat. This hunger engulfed his entire body, causing Dongbo Shuiying to tremble uncontrollably. This hunger was becoming stronger and stronger. Food. Dongbo Shuiying flipped his hand. There were some fruits in his storage wristband. Flipping his hand, he took out a huge red fruit and swallowed it in 2 mouthfuls. But after swallowing it, it was digested rapidly. It did not alleviate his hunger at all. I've said it before. The black-robed male grinned when he saw that. It isn't easy to survive in this world. Under the laws, the stronger a life form is, the more food they require. Otherwise, their hunger would only grow stronger until they starve to death. Starve to death? Dongbo Shuiying was stunned. Reaching their level of strength, how could they starve to death? Ordinary food is useless. If you want to fill your stomach, There is practically only one option: to kill those innate chaotic origin life forms and eat their flesh. Only when the energy in the flesh of chaotic origin life forms is sufficient would it suffice. The black-robed male said. The final chapter began. After today, it would be replenished in the second half of the month. Star. Chapter 1338. He was truly hungry. His stomach had even begun digesting the energy in his body. If his fleshy body continued digesting, he would most likely turn into a bag of bones in a short time. His body would be completely consumed within half a year, and he would lose his life. Dongbo Shuang could not care about anything else. He immediately controlled a portion of the energy formed from the disintegration of his body and infused it into his stomach, alleviating this hunger. After coming to this world, due to the different laws, his fleshy body had dropped from the late-stage God-Emperor realm to the middle-stage God-Emperor realm. Naturally, part of the internal structure of his body had disintegrated, forming a large amount of energy. How long can you resist if you rely on your fleshy body? The black-robed male sneered. How can your little fleshy body compare with that of a chaotic origin life form? You are ultimately weak little life forms that have yet to jump out of the cage. Those innate chaotic origin life forms, even though their intelligence is ordinary and their ability to dig out their strength is very low, they are merely at the level of God-Emperor. But they are born in the chaotic origin dimension. Every piece of flesh is equivalent to a chaotic origin crystal jade of the same size. Eating their flesh is the best way to resist hunger. Hence, you have to hurry and hunt those innate chaotic origin life forms. Dongbo Shuang nodded. In terms of fleshy body, there was a qualitative difference between them and innate chaotic origin life forms. It was only because they were much stronger than innate chaotic origin life forms in terms of realm that they were comparable in strength. All right, the black-robed male said. You have to hurry and choose one of the 5 assembly grounds. I'll teleport you to a location close to the assembly grounds. You have to escape from a location close to the assembly grounds, to the inner region. Escape to? Dongbo Shuang understood what the other party meant. Right. Chaotic origin life forms exist everywhere in this world. Even if I teleport you to a location close to the assembly grounds, you might still be ambushed by chaotic origin life forms. This is also the simplest trial. If you can't survive, you will be eaten by the chaotic origin life forms. Then, your path of cultivation will come to an end. I believe you should not be willing to die just like that right after spending so much effort to reach where you are, right? The black-robed male chuckled. If you are unwilling, then prepare yourself. The moment you allow me to teleport, I'll immediately do so. How long can I stay here? Dongbo Shuang asked. It'll be dark soon. The black-robed man looked outside. When the sun rises again, I'll have to send you away. All right. Dongbo Shuang nodded. Unable to care about anything else, Zhang Xian immediately sat down cross-legged to recover his strength. The sky brightened again. Must go? If the chaotic origin refinement body wanted to undergo a qualitative transformation and maintain the late-stage God-Emperor realm for a short period, it would take at least 8 to 10 years. This amount of time was definitely not enough. However, with his current realm of the Tao of Void, it should not be difficult for him to create another Great Destruction realm transportation technique that was compatible with the laws of this world. He also had a chance of succeeding before the sun rose again. As long as he created the Great World-Breaching teleportation technique, his ability to survive would increase greatly. Rip. Shuang sat cross-legged. He lightly waved his hand, causing ripples to form in the void. Shuang could even vaguely see the membrane wall of this world. There was currently surging chaotic origin energy in the external world, and there were also many inscriptions moving like shackles. The densely packed inscripted shackles made Dongbo Shuang feel suffocated. He had a feeling that he could not resist at all. They were on completely different levels. What are you doing? The black-robed male chuckled. Researching the void? Unless you are thinking of researching the void penetration technique? Dongbo Shuang looked at him in bewilderment. You should stop trying. There are many experts who have ascended to this sacred world from many worlds. Those who came here are usually at least at the late-stage God-Emperor realm, the black-robed male said, of which there are bloodline cultivators, Tao comprehensions, refinement of the world. There are all sorts of cultivation paths, and there are those who specialize in all sorts of escape techniques. But it is impossible to penetrate through the void in this sacred world. The black-robed male shook his head. Nobody can do it. Comparatively speaking, it is much easier to become a chaotic origin life form. It is impossible to penetrate through? Dombo Shuiying's expression changed slightly. If that was the case, then this world would be dangerous. The moment he fell into the encirclement of many chaotic origin life forms, it would be hard for him to escape. In many worlds, don't you call this place the exiled world, or the world of despair? If one could penetrate through the void, how would this place be qualified to be called a world of despair? The black-robed male giggled. Even though the treasure spirit of this palace said so, Dombo Shuiying remained seated cross-legged. He continued trying. After trying for 2 hours, Dombo Shuiying ascertained that the other party did not lie. What a terrifying suppression! Dombo Shuiying thought. It is fine if the gravity and other aspects are 1,000 times stronger than the previous lightning world. The void is sealed too. It is impossible to penetrate through the void. In the previous lightning world, techniques like teleportation and great teleportation were suppressed. And now, in this world, Shuiying could not even rely on the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique. Yuan had sent him to a world that was becoming more and more cruel. I prefer to call this world the sacred world. The black-robed male muttered from the side. To the likes of you, even though it is much more dangerous, it is also filled with opportunities. The sea of chaotic origin life forms is also an opportunity for you. Once you grasp it, you will have a chance of breaking through to the chaotic origin level. This is your world of despair, and also a holy land for cultivation. Dombo Shuiying chuckled. He then focused on researching the chaotic origin refinement body. The sky turned dark. After the night passed, the sky brightened. It is time to leave. The black-robed male said. Let's choose a gathering place. Dombo Shuiying stood up. He sighed inwardly. In just a short night, his improvement in the chaotic origin refinement body was indeed negligible. Which gathering place did you choose the previous time you ascended to this world? Dombo Shuiying asked with a thought. The previous time? The black-robed male chuckled. It was the Scarlet Cloud City. Then I shall go to the Scarlet Cloud City too, Dombo Shuiying said. It was highly possible. The previous person who ascended to this world was Great Emperor North River. Because Great Emperor North River did not have too much time between him and Great Emperor North River. All right. The black-robed male waved his hand enveloping Dombo Shuiying. Go. I hope you can live longer in this world. Dombo Shuiying only felt the void fluctuating. When he appeared again, he was standing amidst a piece of wilderness. The surrounding was overgrown with weeds that were taller than humans. Dombo Shuiying floated up slightly. He floated higher than the surrounding weeds as he looked afar. With his vision, he could easily see a majestic city to his left. That was also one of the 5 gathering places in this cultivation sacred world. I have to rush to that city first. According to that treasure spirit, there should be some who ascended to this world. Yet they died before reaching the gathering place? Dombo Shuiying thought. He had heard that those who could ascend to this world were at least at the late-stage God-Emperor realm. Clearly, they had all reached a high level, and came here to pursue a higher level in the path of cultivation. I have to be careful. South Dombo Shuiying completely concealed his aura. He executed the Void Devil Insect Body technique, and rapidly headed towards the city. His figure had completely fused into the void, and could no longer be seen by the naked eye. What a powerful suppression! Dombo Shuiying mumbled inwardly. The suppression was too strong. His flying speed was much slower than when he was in the lightning world. Even a true god could not lift a single rock in the lightning world. And the gravity here was 1,000 times stronger. Suddenly, An illusory figure appeared in the distance. He stared in the direction of Dongbo Shuang. Dongbo Shuang was startled. I have been discovered. He had completely concealed his aura and fused into the void, yet he was still discovered. At this moment, Dongbo Shuang did not care anymore. He immediately unleashed his illusory realm domain. Compared to the void domain, he was much stronger when it came to soul techniques. He spread out his domain for the sake of scouting. He temporarily did not launch any attacks. The illusory realm domain covered a huge region, a total of 500,000 kilometers. It engulfed everything. Dongbo Shuang discovered to his astonishment that other than the distant chaotic origin lifeform staring at him, there were many other chaotic origin lifeforms madly rushing over from a distance of 500,000 kilometers. Furthermore, there were other chaotic origin lifeforms entering his illusory realm domain. These chaotic origin lifeforms were from the same tribe. Their bodies were translucent. There were many violet spots on their bodies. Almost every part of their bodies was filled with shadow and the law of death. This was clearly an innate chaotic origin lifeform that specialized in shadow and death techniques. Their auras were different, of which the stronger ones could match the level of Fire Phoenix God Emperor. Furthermore, just based on his illusory realm domain, Shuang discovered a total of 53 chaotic origin lifeforms, of which 16 should be at the Grand Perfection God Emperor realm. So cunning. Dongbo Shuang was so frightened that his heart trembled. It is actually gathering its comrades? And they are all so terrifying? There were many chaotic origin lifeforms from the same tribe rushing into his illusory realm domain. I can't care anymore. Kill. As Dongbo Shuang fled at high speed, he immediately executed his third Tao of Mirage and illusory realm killing technique. He did not dare to delay any longer. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.